Chapter 523. Outside Yuzhou City, the divine treasury appeared. Fire rained down from the sky, blocking everyone who wanted to get close. Within the flames, the cries of a sparrow could be heard. A divine bird with a fiery red body flew out. It looked like a phoenix, but it was not a phoenix. It looked like a swan, but it was not a swan. Vermilion bird. Everyone present recognized the identity of the divine bird, and their faces were filled with shock. This was a spiritual beast born from the heavens and earth. Although it was not comparable to the legendary four symbols deities in ancient times, it was enough to make the strong people in the world go crazy. The divine treasury had no owner, and only the capable could obtain it. The moment the vermilion bird appeared, all the cultivators moved and rushed toward it. Chirp! The vermilion bird cried, unwilling to be bound by humans. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. You want to leave? Do you think it's that easy? At this moment, the strong cultivators who were waiting in the distance moved. Multicolored light danced, and an inescapable net appeared, covering the vermilion bird. Chirp! The vermilion bird cried, and the flames around its body burned. Its terrifying power burned the inescapable net, and it soared into the sky. Oh! On the strange beast and chariot, Zi Xiao and Hua Fengyun narrowed their eyes. What a powerful vermilion bird! The next moment, two beams of light rose into the sky and chased after it. They would not give up such a divine treasury to anyone. The two figures, one in front and two behind, chased for 1,000 miles. The newly born vermilion bird had not fully awakened, so it could not use its full speed. Gradually, the two caught up. Zi Xiao stepped forward, and a purple sword appeared. The sword locked the vermilion bird. Hua Fengyun waved his hand, and his saber shone. While trapping the vermilion bird, he was also on guard against Zi Xiao's sword. The saber and sword fought separately, but they were watertight. The vermilion bird's figure stopped moving. So the two brothers are already here. Mo Yinglian greets you. When the battle reached a stalemate, a brown-clothed youth appeared in the distance. His steps turned, and his figure flickered several times. In an instant, he arrived at the battlefield. He raised his hand and reached for the vermilion bird trapped by the saber and sword. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity. Humph! Hua Fengyun snorted when he saw the newcomer's movement. His saber changed its momentum, threatening to take away the soul. Clang! Saber and palm collided, and killing intent surged in all directions. Mo Binglian took half a step back, and a smile appeared on his young face. Elder brother, why must you be so angry? Mo Dalan, are you prepared to die for stealing from the Supreme Mystery Palace and Tiande Mountain? Hua Fengyun opened his mouth, intentionally dragging Zi Xiao into this as well. Zi Xiao brandished his sword and blocked the vermilion bird again. After hearing the former's words, he frowned slightly but did not say anything. He focused on dealing with the spirit beast that was becoming more and more powerful. Senior brother, you must be joking. Mo Binglan chuckled and said, how could I dare to snatch something from you two brothers? I'm only here to lend you a hand. Swish! Just as he finished speaking, a heaven-piercing arrow light silently arrived. It wasn't to kill or injure the enemy, but to break through the purple cloud divine sword that was trapping the vermilion bird. Who is it? Zi Xiao's eyes narrowed. He wanted to attack again, but he saw the arrow lights sweeping over. One after another, they blocked the path of the sword. The vermilion bird saw an opportunity. It faced the sky and let out a long cry before rapidly flying away. The trio's expressions changed and they immediately moved. However, the arrow lights that pierced through the sky howled and rushed forward, blocking their path. Damn it! Who is interfering? Hua Fengyun's expression was extremely ugly as he watched the vermilion bird disappear into the horizon. I don't know. Xiao said, then waved his hand to summon the war chariot and drove it away. Although they didn't know who it was, they could see that the person who attacked just now had no intention of harming them. From this, it could be inferred that this person had no grudges with them and only came for the vermilion bird divine treasure. However, who could such an extraordinary powerhouse be? 3,000 miles away, the vermilion bird galloped faster and faster towards the north. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix shook the sky. A red-clothed figure appeared and rushed towards the escaping vermilion bird. Phoenix! A shocked voice rang out. The vermilion bird opened its mouth and turned its body, avoiding the sword light. Vermilion bird, sorry for the offense. The red-clothed figure took shape and pointed the sword at Huiyuan. It turned its steps and once again rushed forward. The vermilion bird angrily cried out and flames rose around its body. The momentum of burning the sky annihilated dozens of miles. Very good. If I devour you, I will have a chance to recreate the glory of my ancestors. The vermilion bird stopped running and its aura surged like waves. Its strength kept rising and it faintly broke through the limit of half-step exalts. Ning Chen frowned. His sword became sharper and the vermilion bird's aura became stronger. The longer this battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. Clang! Waves of fire spread everywhere. The vermilion bird, whose strength was constantly awakening, gradually evened the battle. It wasn't at a disadvantage. When the battle reached its peak, blood splashed everywhere and injuries appeared on the red-clothed figure. The vermilion bird opened its mouth and swallowed the blood that fell from the former's mouth. In the blink of an eye, a red-clothed figure with black hair appeared. It was like a mirror image, shocking everyone. The wings on the vermilion bird's back hadn't completely disappeared, but its face was exactly the same. There was no difference at all. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression became serious and the sharpness of his sword increased by 30%. The sword pierced through the heart and a drop of reddish-gold blood flew out. The vermilion bird's figure staggered. At the same time, the red-clothed figure rushed forward and opened the yellow springs, wanting to seal the divine treasury. In that moment of crisis, the vermilion bird's body soared into the sky and burned the yellow springs. Its figure quickly disappeared into the flames. Phoenix, cherish your final moments. The day I remove my wings is the day I replace you. The vermilion bird disappeared, leaving behind a final warning. A moment later, the flames scattered and the vermilion bird disappeared. Ning Chen stopped. Looking at the vermilion bird that had disappeared, he frowned. The vermilion bird's secret technique? Waving his hand, Ning Chen collected the vermilion bird's blood floating in the air. Then, he turned and walked back to Yuzhou City. The vermilion bird divine treasury was far from as simple as he had imagined. He thought he had gotten lucky this time, but it seemed he had been overthinking things. Now that the trivial matters were over, it was time to get down to business. In Yuzhou City, the news of the vermilion bird's appearance had already spread like wildfire. In Tiande Mountain, the scene of the Supreme Mystery Palace's successor attacking had also been seen by some Xiantian powerhouses. Was the vermilion bird captured by Tiande Mountain or the Supreme Mystery Palace? Curiously asked someone. No. In the end, someone interfered and released the vermilion bird, replied a martial artist who had been to the divine treasury. Who was it that dared to snatch something from Tiande Mountain or the Supreme Mystery Palace's successor? I'm not sure. From the beginning to the end, I didn't see that person's figure. However, from the pressure of the arrow, I can confirm that this person is at least not weaker than the successors of the Celestial Capital Mountain and the Supreme Mystery Palace, replied the cultivator. Such an expert actually appeared around Yuzhou City. I really didn't expect that. That's not necessarily true. Right now, the various powers are constantly moving. Perhaps it's the successor of some large power. Have you heard that the Seven Kills Palace's peerless heavenly genius has issued a bounty for a youth with a phoenix bloodline? Oh. Why? It seems that the ravenous wolf palace's master is dead. The murderer is that person. Is that person crazy? Of all the people he could provoke, he had to provoke that madman from the ravenous wolf palace. His elder brother is the most terrifying young expert in the entire heavenly mansion planet. He's probably already on the verge of becoming a chosen. Who knows? Since that person dared to kill the ravenous wolf palace's master, perhaps he has some sort of background and isn't afraid of that peerless heavenly genius. What's the point of having a stronger background? That peerless heavenly genius potential is unprecedented. Now that he's matured, even chosen wouldn't dare to lightly offend him. We don't know the whole story, so guessing is useless. Let's just patiently wait for this matter to develop. Sooner or later, the two of them will meet. At that time, we'll know whether there's something wrong with his head or if he really has some skill. Not far away, Ning Chen, who had just returned to Yuzhou City, didn't hear their conversation. He also didn't know about the huge trouble he had provoked. However, even if he knew about it, with his character, he wouldn't be afraid. No matter how strong the peerless heavenly genius of the Seven Murders Palace was, he was only on the verge of becoming a chosen. Even if his battle prowess was comparable to a chosen, so what? He had killed Ravenous Wolf because Ravenous Wolf wanted to kill him. There was no other reason. Not to mention that he hadn't known about the Seven Murders Palace beforehand. Even if he had known, the result would have been the same. As for that person from the Seven Murders Palace, if he could defeat him, then he would fight him. If he couldn't, then he would fight him when he could. The world was vast, and there were countless experts. With only half of his body left, he couldn't be arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. The loneliness of experts was a problem for his seniors. The current him was still very far away from that. In the heavenly moon peak of the central continent, a cold full moon hung high in the sky. Under the moon, a middle-aged man in a white robe with blue patterns stood quietly. His powerful aura caused the space around him to twist. The Taibai Prefecture's master was the strongest chosen in the central continent. Today, he would be meeting a legend in the eastern region. Outside the heavenly moon peak, the experts of the human world were all standing on the peaks, waiting to watch the upcoming battle. Who do you think will win this battle? On a mountain peak, two men stood quietly. One of them asked. Taibai Prefecture's master. The other man answered calmly, no matter how powerful the legend in the eastern region is, he hasn't reached the chosen level yet. Taibai Prefecture's master has been in the chosen level for more than 300 years. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the complete realm. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven for him to go against the chosen level. I thought so too. But now, I'm looking forward to the performance of this legend. 4 years ago, Mo Qingbai's cultivation was destroyed by a swordsman. It's very likely that it was this swordsman who did it. Including Tu Li, there are already 2 chosen-level human sovereigns who were defeated by this swordsman. It's not impossible for him to defeat Taibai Prefecture's master. Mo Qingbei and Tu Li are just new chosen-level human sovereigns. They can't be compared to Taibai Prefecture's master. Your expectations are probably going to be disappointed this time. Maybe. Nothing is impossible on the path of martial arts. I'm looking forward to the day when the unchanging truth is broken. As soon as he finished speaking, Taibai Prefecture's master, who had been waiting on the heavenly moon peak in the distance, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. A strange look flashed in his eyes. He's here. Under the cold moon, the wind whistled and the clouds drifted. The waves rolled and meandered. A man in a luxurious blue robe walked over. Step by step, he stepped on the hearts of everyone present. In the divine land, the legend of the swordsman finally returned to the heavenly moon peak. Chapter 524. Guihong Sky Moon Peak was surrounded by clouds and mist. The moon shone brightly. On the peak, the green-robed man and the blue-robed man stood opposite each other. One was calm and the other was indifferent. The battle was about to begin. The airflow was reversed and the wind and clouds were chaotic. The surrounding peaks were rolling in the void. One by one, the strong cultivators walked out from all directions to witness the battle. Prince Yen of Xia Kingdom, please. On the peak of Sky Moon Peak, a leaf flew down and blocked the eyes of the two. The chief of Taibai Prefecture moved first. He waved his horsetail whisk and the Taoist sword appeared. The sword light broke through the air. The fast sword broke the fallen leaves. In an instant, it was deadly. Clang! The sword finger shook the Taoist sword. The sword will spread. Prince Yen waved his hand and the sword light flew out from the sword rack. The green-red sword passed by each other and swept towards the person in front of him. The legendary sword made a sudden change in the air pressure. The supreme sword broke through the genuine vitality around the Jizun and chased after his soul. The chief of Taibai Prefecture looked serious and stepped back. The horsetail whisk gathered Hao Yuan and wrapped around the green-red sword that was chasing after him. At this moment, the green-robed man moved and the sword arrived. The moment he held the sword momentum split the sky. The sudden change in the power of the sword was shocking. The chief of Taibai Prefecture swept the ground with his horsetail whisk and quickly changed his move. Swoosh! The sword light brushed past his shoulder and broke through the void. The peak in the distance was instantly flattened by several feet. The ground rumbled and shook. Giant rocks fell from the mountain. The power of the sword was shocking. It's hard to say who will win this battle. With just one move, the strong cultivators changed their minds. The legend of the Eastern Region swordsman lived up to his name. Sword sound, flying. Before he finished speaking, the battle situation on Sky Moon Peak changed again. The red sword turned around and the green-robed man stepped forward. In the light sound, the sword light was so fast that it was too much for the eyes to follow. The chief of Taibai Prefecture blocked the sword and was hit several times. His blood dyed the sword red. The sword was so precise that there was no mistake. The sword moved at will and blocked the moves with the sword. The chief of Taibai Prefecture was so strong that he couldn't even make a move. There is such a sword in the world. Outside Sky Moon Peak, the people were shocked again. Was the chief of Taibai Prefecture weak? Of course not. How could there be a weak person at the peak of the Jizun? The only explanation was that the legend of the Divine Prefecture sword was too powerful, so powerful that it was beyond everyone's imagination. Now, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture was completely suppressed. He might not even be able to exert half of his strength. Rip! There was another sound of clothes being torn apart. In the battle, the blood from the left arm of the Lord of Taibai Prefecture splashed all over the sky. The rhythmic red sword was like a swimming dragon. The sword on the sword displayed the most brilliant style. Unwilling to be restrained, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture took the blow head-on. His horsetail whisk gathered heavy vast vital energy and swept out. A cold glint flashed across Prince Yan's eyes. The green sword in his left hand moved first, and the sword sealed the horsetail whisk. At the same time, the red sword in his right hand condensed his essence to help. It directly pierced through Prince Yan's left shoulder. With a muffled groan, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture took a few steps back. Blood gushed out from the corners of his mouth and dyed his blue and white clothes red. The unbelievable truth was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The world was shocked. They had originally thought that they were evenly matched, but now, it had become a one-sided absolute suppression. The legend of the swordsman had actually become a legend. He had been observing swords all his life, and only today did he realize that the sword was a sword. In the homeland of West Buddha, in the ancient land of Chongling, the female Supreme and female Chang were watching the battle. Their expressions were also filled with unconcealable shock. They all knew that this legend of Great Xia was very strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. In the past, when the Jiming Marquis talked about the strong people in the world, there were only 3 people who were added below the Supremes. One was the Eternal Night Hierarch, another was Mu Bai of the Barren City, and the last was Prince Yen of Great Xiao. She had never seen Mu Bai's sword. The Eternal Night Hierarch was brave and skilled in battle, but in front of the gods, he seemed so insignificant. As for the legends of Great Xia who did not participate in the battle of the gods, she did not know much. At that time, she thought that the Jiming Marquis had made such an evaluation because when he was weak, his memories of the seniors who protected him were too deep. It was so deep that he could not change this kind of admiration and respect in his life. She did not completely believe Jiming's words, but she did not completely believe them. She once asked if there were any strong people in the world who knew Jiming. No. At that time, Jiming answered her like this: "My sword was taught by Mu Bai and the seniors. The art of double transformation was taught by the Eternal Night Hierarch. Every strong person has his own path, at least the student has to surpass the master. In this life, I have never defeated the 3 of them. How can I surpass them? How can I be called a strong person? In the end, I am just a warrior. No matter how good I am, if I can't find my own path, I don't deserve to be called a strong person." When he said this, Jiming's tone was calm. He was not modest, nor did he belittle himself. He was just stating a fact. It was also at that time that she realized for the first time that in the eyes of the legends of divine prefecture, a strong person was not just a high level of cultivation. Jiming Marquis might be a monster that they casually taught. Why doesn't the legend of Great Xia prove his sword? Looking at the battle on the Sky Moon Peak, the maiden squinted her eyes and asked in confusion. It's not that he doesn't want to prove it, but that he can't. The maiden sighed and said, to prove his sword, he needs an opponent. In this world, who is qualified to make him prove his sword with all his strength? Even you and I can't do it before we combine our bodies. Masters are lonely. After hearing this, the maiden fell silent. After a while, she said these words softly. It was difficult to find an opponent to compete with. It was lonely at the top. Perhaps this was the reason why the invincible legend of Barren City fought with the deities even though he knew the result. Under the great wish of protecting the world, it was the luckiest thing in his life to have an opponent who could make him prove his sword with all his strength. The Hierarch of Eternal Night, Mu Bai, and Prince Yen of Great Xiao. Unfortunately, the world could only see the elegance of one of them. Fortunately, the world could still see the elegance of one of them. Unfortunately, the sword of the legend grew too fast, and it would become stronger and stronger until it could no longer be used. On the Sky Moon Peak in Zhongzhou State, the battle between the legend and the Supreme Master was still going on. Green and red colors intertwined, and the Taoist sword lost its sharpness. The absolute suppression showed the extreme power of the sword. Taibai Jinxing blocked the sword. The more he fought, the more shocked he was. The more he fought, the more injured he was. Once upon a time, he thought that he had reached the top of the world, and the road to immortality was just a step away. Unexpectedly, after today's battle, he realized that he had not reached the top of the road to immortality. The red sword entered his body, and a waterfall of blood splashed out. The chief of Taibai Jinxing retreated a few steps, and the Taoist sword stirred up the wind and clouds, trying to shake off the battle. However, as soon as the Taoist sword moved, the sword aura was penetrated. The green sword flashed, and the ultimate move was sealed instantly. It was an unprecedentedly humiliating battle. Every move was restrained. Before the move was made, the Taoist sword had arrived. It was as if he could predict every move of the enemy, and it was very depressing. At the climax of the battle, the legend who had the absolute advantage suddenly retreated. Looking at the opponent in front of him, he could not hide the disappointment in his eyes. You! The chief of Taibai Jinxing was stunned, and then he was furious. An indescribable humiliation surged in his heart. He shouted in a deep voice, and his hair stood on end. The Taoist sword condensed the vast vital energy around him. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. The heavy power attracted the dark clouds to hide the moon. It was very shocking. Outside the Sky Moon Peak, the powerhouses who were watching the battle felt very complicated. Everyone could see that the legend of the swordsman of the eastern region had given up his move, because if he did not, the battle would end in such a boring way. There would be no more waves. No one could believe that a supreme master could be suppressed to such an extent that he could not even use his move. The legend of the invincible supreme master in the human world has been broken. On a mountain in the distance, a man sighed. Since ancient times, the supreme master in the human world had been the symbol of invincibility. Only a supreme master could defeat a supreme master. However, from now on, the supreme master in the human world no longer represented invincibility. Next to him, another man was silent. The truth was always so cruel that it was hard to accept, but it happened in front of their eyes. The gap was very clear. It was the first time that such a sword had appeared in the four regions for thousands of years. The terrifying sword, the terrifying swordsman, and the terrifying divine land of the eastern region. Now it seemed that too many unimaginable things had happened before the deities were sent back. How many such powerhouses were there in the divine land? Under the moon, the battle had reached the final moment. The chief of Taibai Jinxing, who was unwilling to be defeated, rushed all his genuine vital energy into the sword. The powerful pressure was boundless, and the whole Sky Moon Peak was shaking. In front of him, the legend stood quietly with his black hair flying. His eyes were quietly looking at the rising pressure in front of him. There was no change in his calm expression. He had given him a chance to make a move. Now, it was time for him to die. The mortal way is the ultimate sword. Taibai Jinxing's unique skill appeared, and the mortal way appeared. In the terrifying torrent, the Taoist sword cut through the mortal world. The move of proving the way was shocking. The most powerful move had not yet arrived, but the pressure had already arrived. Under the moon, the mountains kept cracking. They could not bear the terrifying pressure, and showed signs of collapse. Under the extreme pressure, the cyan and red in the legend's hand returned to the scabbard and condensed. Circles of black light rose to the extreme, and the space of 100 feet turned into nothingness. One sword forbidden martial arts, no way in the world. In the nothingness, the legend moved his sword, and the forbidden martial arts move appeared in the world again. The next moment, the black light that could swallow the sky and destroy the earth annihilated everything, including the moonlight, the void, and the mortal way sword. With a painful groan, the chief of Taibai Jinxing stepped back several steps. The Taoist sword in his hand was broken, and his blood spurted into the sky, dyeing the whole Sky Moon Peak red. He was defeated. He was defeated miserably. There was no suspense in his defeat. The chief of Taibai Jinxing fell to the ground. His eyes were dull. He could not understand why. What was the difference in his way? What was the reason for his defeat? Looking at the fallen figure, Prince Yen did not say a word. He quietly walked to the sword rack and put the condensed abyss back. The forbidden martial arts sword was not a sword to take his life. There was no need to kill him. The punishment was not only death. He hoped that this man could reach the peak of martial arts again. Maybe one day, he could stand in front of him again. However, he was too weak now. He was not qualified to prove his sword. On the collapsed Sky Moon Peak, the legend waved his hand and put away the sword rack. There was no joy on his face. When he turned around and left, his lonely figure was so heavy and lonely. Mu Bai, you made my sword lonely for the rest of my life. The dust was flying, and the cold moon was hazy. The lonely master disappeared. Chapter 525. In Yuzhou City, on the second day after the vermilion bird divine treasury appeared, someone from the Tianxiang dynasty arrived. This person was a true big shot, a supreme-level powerhouse. He was one of the top existences in the entire Tianfu planet. Just the two words celestial minister represented everything. Although there weren't many mortal sovereigns on the Tianfu planet, they weren't lacking either. However, there was only one person who could be called celestial minister. Mortal dynasties had left and right ministers. As for celestial minister, he was the celestial minister of the Tianxiang dynasty and the entire Tianfu planet. The arrival of celestial minister had shaken the entire ancient city of Yuzhou. It had been many years since a mortal sovereign had arrived in Yuzhou, let alone a celestial minister. In a tea house in the city, Ning Chen sat quietly, drinking tea while listening to the discussions around him. Celestial minister. It seemed that an extraordinary person was coming to Yuzhou City. Or perhaps he was the crown of civil and martial arts. However, that had nothing to do with him. The most important thing right now was to find a way to wake up the Alcade King. He couldn't change his lifespan. That was the Alcade King's own matter. His mission was to wake him up. It was said that the Alcade King should have died 100 years ago. For him to be able to last until now, he definitely had some method he didn't know of. After waking him up, he wouldn't need to worry about the rest. In terms of saving someone, the Jadoth Holy Land's Jadoth Divine Furnace was the most suitable. Unfortunately, he couldn't return to the 5 regions or Nanling. Ning Chen stood up and paid the bill before walking out of the tea house. If he couldn't find a way to save the Alcade King in Yuzhou City, then he would have to look elsewhere. Sir, please wait a moment. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a smile on his face stood up from the table beside him and spoke. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the middle-aged man. He asked, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and smiled. "This is my first time in Yuzhou City and I'm unfamiliar with the place. I wonder if you could lead the way. As for the reward, please feel free to state it." "Sorry, I've also just arrived. I'm also unfamiliar with the place." Ning Chen politely refused, and then he walked out with large strides. "Celestial Minister, is there something different about this person?" asked a black-clothed girl beside the middle-aged man. "I don't know." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "My intuition tells me that this person isn't simple. You should know that my intuition has always been the most accurate. Then this time, the celestial minister's intuition might be wrong. Although this person's martial aura is somewhat restrained, it can still be seen that he's at most in the 3 disasters realm. It's impossible for him to be any higher." The black-clothed girl said calmly. "Hey, that's not right. When did I ever say that I cared about his cultivation?" "The heavenly mansion star has no lack of martial artists," smiled the middle-aged man. "What did the heavenly minister value him for?" The black-clothed girl was puzzled. "Full of dirty water," the middle-aged man replied. When the black-clothed girl heard this, she coldly snorted and said, "Birds of a feather?" "Wrong." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "It's because we appreciate each other." Outside the tea house, Ning Chen turned around to look at the figure in the tea house. His eyes flashed with a strange light. The legendary celestial phenomenon was sitting at a table not far from him, but he did not notice it just now. The reason he was able to guess his identity wasn't because the celestial phenomenon had exposed himself. On the contrary, this person was no different from an ordinary person. The true reason he was suspicious was the black-clothed girl beside him. Of his 3 bodies, the phoenix body's perception was the most sensitive. It far surpassed the devil bodies and his true bodies. That was why he was able to see that this girl was deliberately concealing her aura. At such a young age, she was already close to the peak of the 3 disasters realm. It was too abnormal. For such a strange person to appear when the celestial phenomenon was about to descend, it was too much of a coincidence. He had no interest in the celestial phenomenon's goodwill. The reason was very simple: he didn't like dealing with people who were full of schemes. There was no such thing as appreciation in this world. Most of the time, the same kind of people repelled each other. In the largest pavilion in Yuzhou City, Ning Chen walked over. When he saw the dazzling array of treasures, he couldn't help sighing. No money, still no money. The pavilion had its own rules. There were things that could be bought with gold and silver, but there were even more things that couldn't be bought with gold and silver. To cultivators, spirit jades and immortal sources were the only things that had true value. Immortal sources were things that could only be chanced upon. Spirit jades were second, and they existed in the mortal world. Although they were also precious, they were far inferior to immortal sources. On the platform, Ning Chen looked at the divine weapons with overwhelming spiritual qi. He didn't hide the envy in his eyes. They were all good things, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford any of them. He definitely couldn't use immortal sources casually. The immortal realm was already on the verge of collapse, and the competition tower had a time limit. There were fewer and fewer immortal sources. If he used immortal sources now, it would be too late to regret it when he needed them in the future. How much is this sword? Ning Chen pointed at the worst quality sword on the platform. It had a pretty good appearance. 100 taels of silver, the old man casually replied without even raising his head. Can it be cheaper? Ning Chen haggled. 90 taels, no less. Take it or leave it, said the old man impatiently. I'll take 90 taels. Just as Ning Chen was about to speak, an annoying voice came from not far away. The owner of the voice wasn't very old, only around 16 or 17 years old. He had delicate features and wore luxurious robes made of silver thread. There was no need to ask to see that he was a junior from a large family. Young master, I saw this sword first. Ning Chen turned to the youth walking over and tried to reason with him. You haven't bought it yet, right? I want it. You can buy something else, said the youth. When Ning Chen heard this, his anger rose. He endured it and suppressed the surging true qi in his ren and du meridians. He patiently explained, young master, this sword is the worst among all of them. It only looks good on the surface. With young master's status, you should buy a better sword. The youth didn't believe him. Then why don't you buy something else? I don't have money, said Ning Chen honestly. The young man's mouth twitched, and he had an expression that said, I don't care, this young master wants this sword. Ning Chen clenched his fists. He wanted to slap this fellow to death. What family's junior was this? He was so stupid, but he still had the nerve to come out. The old man selling the sword was drowsy. He didn't pay attention to their argument. Out of sight, out of mind. He was just selling weapons, not a peacemaker. Furthermore, there was something wrong with their heads. He had seen quite a few people fight over divine weapons, but this was the first time he had seen someone fight over a piece of scrap metal. Qing Fu, don't be rude. This young master isn't lying to you. That sword really is the worst here. Right when the two of them were staring at each other, a beautiful young woman walked over from the side and glared at the young man. After that, a smile appeared on her face as she said, young master, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not teaching you properly, and I've made a fool of myself. Madam is too polite. Ning Chen smiled kindly. Finally, someone who could speak normally had come. If he continued talking with this youth, he was afraid he really wouldn't be able to resist slapping him to death. Mother. The youth looked at his mother with a wronged expression. He hadn't done anything wrong. How can you snatch something that someone else took a fancy to first? The woman looked at her son and scolded softly. She had hurried over when she saw the two of them arguing. She had seen all kinds of people in her life, and her intuition told her that this red-clothed youth wasn't simple. Qing Fu was still young, and her vision and knowledge were far from enough. That was why she had come out with them. She hadn't expected that this child would cause trouble when she didn't pay attention to him. Fortunately, the youth who argued with Qing Fu had good self-restraint. He wasn't one of those arrogant playboys in Yuzhou City. He hasn't bought it yet. The youth muttered softly. Ning Chen felt helpless. This youth didn't have any major problems. He was just a bit stupid. The woman glared at the young man once again. After which, she looked at the young man before her and said, "Young master, it was Qing Fu who was rude first. If young master takes a fancy to any sword, please feel free to tell me. Just treat it as me apologizing to young master for mistreating my youngest son. There's no need." Ning Chen smiled courteously. "It's just a small matter. Madam, there's no need to take it to heart. However, if your son wants to learn the sword, he only needs to buy a suitable sword, not some divine weapon. Young master understands the sword." A strange light flashed through the woman's eyes. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had been rude. Why would someone who didn't understand the sword come to buy a sword? Moreover, what she had said was exactly the same as what that important figure had said when he had come to the mansion. Ning Chen smiled and didn't argue. He handed the 90 silver to the old man and then took the sword he had bought. He sighed inwardly. Hopefully, this sword would be able to last a few more days. I wonder if young master is interested in working for the city lord's mansion. All conditions can be discussed, said the woman softly. City lord's mansion. A trace of surprise appeared on Ning Chen's calm face. He looked at the woman and then at the stupid youth. He had misjudged. This time, he really hadn't noticed. Seeing Ning Chen waver, the woman hastily continued, "Once young master comes to the city lord's mansion, all you need to do is instruct my son in the sword. You don't need to do anything else. As for the reward, young master can just name it." If her intuition wasn't wrong, this young man was very likely to be her son's benefactor. She couldn't miss this opportunity. Only then did Ning Chen seriously look at the youth. Carefully examining him, he understood. His talent was only a so-so. He couldn't be considered an absolute genius, but he wasn't lacking either. Of course, that was secondary. The most important thing was that in this unfamiliar place, it was inconvenient for him to do anything. Perhaps the city lord's mansion could become his window to understand the entire heavenly mansion planet. Thinking of that, Ning Chen looked at the youth in front of him. He didn't hesitate too much and made his decision. Teaching. Not to mention that the person's aptitude was mediocre, even if the person was really a fool, he would teach him. Chapter 526. In the backyard of the city lord's residence in Yuzhou City, Qing Fu was practicing his swordsmanship. Ning Chen watched from the side with a complicated expression. Looking at the youth in front of him, he thought of himself. When he first entered Xia Palace, perhaps he was just as impulsive and reckless. If Zhang Sun and Qing Ning hadn't picked him up and brought him to Weiyang Palace, he probably would have died in the complicated undercurrents of Xia Palace. He wouldn't even have the chance to make a splash. The luckiest thing in his life was meeting Zhang Sun when he entered Xia Palace. The warmth, fear, and worry at that time were unforgettable. "Sir, bye, I'm done." The youth put away his sword and walked forward with sparkling eyes. After Sir Bai came to the residence, he defeated all the sword masters without even using his sword. It really scared him. Thinking back to that day, it really wasn't easy for him to keep his life. "Qing Fu, why are you learning swordsmanship?" Ning Chen looked at the youth and asked calmly. "Get rid of the strong and help the weak," Qing Fu said heroically. "Heh." Ning Chen heard this and smiled gently. "Don't forget what you said today. In the future, when you go far and look back, this will be the only light you can see." Qing Ming was confused. He didn't understand at all. Ning Chen didn't explain much. He had to walk the path himself to understand. It was useless to explain to him now. Not losing one's original intention was the key to the path of martial arts. No matter what the purpose of picking up the sword was, only by following one's own path could one achieve the sword on the sword. Qing Ming's path had just begun. As long as he didn't take the wrong path, he would encounter these problems sooner or later. He couldn't stay here for too long. He could only tell him these words first. Even if he couldn't understand now, it was enough if he could remember it. In the backyard, a man in embroidered clothes stood quietly. He looked at the scene of martial arts teaching and couldn't help but sigh. Is Sir Bai still not willing to take Qing Fu as a disciple? The woman nodded. Sir Bai said that he will do his best to teach Qing Ming the sword these days, but there's no need to talk about taking him as a disciple. What a pity. A look of regret flashed across the man's face. Among the sword masters who had fought against Mr. Bai at the Manor's martial arts competition, there was a true Khanate Fourth Tribulation expert. He was a consecrator of the city Lord Manor and had extraordinary strength. However, he had still been easily defeated by Mr. Bai, who hadn't even used his sword. After the competition, the minister had told him to keep Mr. Bai at all costs, because Mr. Bai was very important to Qing Fu's cultivation journey. A teacher's job was to impart knowledge, teach, and dispel doubts. It could be seen that Mr. Bai was indeed not an ordinary person. He had already reached an unimaginable level in the way of the sword. Before he taught and dispelled doubts, he had already imparted knowledge to them. It was a blessing that Qing Chang's teacher was such a powerful cultivator. Unfortunately, Yuzhou City was too small to restrain such a peerless genius for a long time. Mr. White, do you think I'm suitable to learn the sword? In the courtyard, Qing Chang raised his still young face and asked. Ning Chen smiled and said in a slightly more serious tone, your aptitude is not bad. Also, since you really want to learn the sword, don't doubt yourself. Your sword will waver because your mind is not firm. The essence of the sword is nothing more than speed, accuracy, and concentration. When your sword starts to waver and you strike, it will deviate from its essence. Sir, your words are too profound. I don't understand, said Qing Chang somewhat dispiritedly. Ning Chen raised his hand, and the wind and clouds stirred. A sword light broke through the air and pierced through a huge rock 30 meters away. If you don't understand what I'm saying, remember it first. Also, from tomorrow onwards, when you practice the sword, stab at the hole in the rock. When your sword doesn't deviate at all, you can learn other new things, said Ning Chen softly. Oh. Qing Ming nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, Sir, when can I practice until I'm as good as you? 20 years. Ning Chen sternly said, learning the sword isn't something that can be done in a single day. When I started learning martial arts, I was 16 like you. After 20 years of learning the sword, I finally comprehended my own sword. Your aptitude is a bit better than mine, but compared to some peerless geniuses, you're still lacking by quite a bit. Although aptitude is important, it isn't something that can be changed. So there's no need to feel sorry for yourself. Grasp what you have now, and as long as you use it well, you won't be weaker than anyone else. There really were geniuses who learned the sword. That was undeniable. For example, Wild, Mu Bai, and Senior. He had never been able to sense a sword aura, but Wild was able to easily sense it. Talent was something that couldn't be reasoned with. If you had it, you had it. If you didn't, you didn't. Perhaps Wild would one day become another unique sword cultivator. But to reach that height, talent alone wasn't enough. City Lord, the heavenly minister has arrived. Just at this moment, a guard quickly walked over from the backyard and respectfully bowed towards the man standing outside the courtyard. The man's expression froze. Looking at the two people in the courtyard, he quickly walked over to the front hall. He hadn't expected the heavenly minister to arrive so quickly. It seemed the imperial family was extremely concerned about the whereabouts of the vermilion bird divine treasure. However, the situation back then had been too chaotic. After the vermilion bird divine treasure had been rescued from the Supreme Mystery Palace and Celestial Heavenly Mountain, it had completely disappeared without a trace. Even now, there was still no news of it. Within the courtyard, when Ning Chen heard the news from the guard in the distance, a strange light flashed in his eyes. This heavenly minister wasn't someone easy to provoke. He hated trouble, and he hated troublesome people even more. At the same time, in the homeland of the Western Buddhists, a series of demonic curses and Buddhist chanting filled the air. On a mountain, in a huge demonic temple, a white-haired youth walked out. He held a Buddhist staff and wore a golden kasaya. He seemed both demonic and Buddha-like. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. Demonic Buddha, the master of the demonic temple, the demonic Buddha among demons, appeared in the world for the first time. In the instant he appeared, evil energy surged and gathered. At the same time, in the distance, in a palace that pierced the clouds, a violet-robed man walked out. His young face was arrogant and indifferent. The master of the divine palace and the purple heavenly palace appeared at the same time. The two strongest people of the four regions had reached an unimaginable height after seizing most of the origins of the divine prefecture of the eastern region. Today, in order to seize the ultimate essence, they joined forces again. The dragon gate appeared and descended with a rumble. The two of them walked into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in the ancient land of Chongling, the female supreme opened her eyes. She waved her hand to summon the dragon gate and entered as well. Boom! In the southwest of Central Plains, the nine heavens wind changed drastically. Thunder clouds rolled, and the oppressive aura was maddening. Under the thunder clouds, the demonic butterfly moved forward. Looking at the demonic will see that was 100 miles away, a demonic bloody light gradually rose in its blood-red eyes. His aura had disappeared. Was she too late? Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared across the nine heavens. Above the void, the wind and clouds rolled. Two dragon gates appeared. In the next moment, two powerful figures that caused the world to tremble walked out. In an instant, the thunder stopped. 100 miles fell into an oppressive silence. In front of the two dragon gates, one was dressed in golden robes. He looked like a youth with dazzling white hair. The other was dressed in purple. He was handsome and cold, his black hair dancing. The masters of the demon temple and the divine palace appeared in Central Plains together to seize the ultimate essence of martial arts. Looking at the two people who appeared in the air, the demonic butterfly's expression did not change. She waved her slender hand, and her sleeve opened. A black blade appeared. The flower burial blade appeared. It was murderous. In order to prevent any changes, do not delay. End this quickly, the purple heavenly palace said. All right. The demon Buddha twisted his fingers and responded. The two people descending from the sky clearly gave off a stronger might and pressure than anyone else Xiao Chen had met before. The demonic butterfly gathered her essence, and her blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Her ultimate martial saber intent soared to its limits, and she fully unleashed her combat prowess. In the first move, the purple heavenly palace arrived in an instant. His palm condensed wind and clouds, and profound thunder descended from the nine heavens. His shocking power caused the universe to tremble. The demonic butterfly focused and slashed with the flower burial blade. A black ice flower fell from the sky, supporting the ultimate martial might. With a boom, the blade and palm collided. The ground within 100 miles caved in. Rumbling shockwaves spread out endlessly. In the second move, the demon Buddha moved. The demonic butterfly had used up all her energy. Before she could gather any new energy, the Buddha's staff gathered boundless evil energy and attacked. As the killing move approached, the demonic butterfly gathered her true energy. She pulled out her blade and blocked the demon Buddha's staff. With a muffled groan, the corners of her mouth were dyed red. The demonic aura entered her body. The demonic butterfly felt her blood chi tumble. Her power was immediately suppressed. Fighting 1 against 2, the demonic butterfly was in danger. At this moment, another dragon gate appeared in the sky. The female venerate appeared. She took a step forward and a palm fell from the sky. Female venerate. Seeing the newcomer, the demon Buddha's expression darkened. His evil energy gathered and he flipped his palm to the sky. With a bang, the two palms collided. Under the demon Buddha's feet, the ground caved in dozens of feet. Dust and sand roiled. Pew! The situation slowed slightly. The demonic butterfly spat out a mouthful of blood. New wounds and old wounds erupted at the same time. Female venerate, it is foolish to interfere in this battle. The demon Buddha's lips curved in an eerie arc as he sneered. The female venerate ignored him. She pushed the vital energy in her palm a third more. A vast palm forced the former back. After a few steps, the demon Buddha stopped. His staff moved through the air. A ultimate move was about to appear. Seeing this, the female venerate flashed in front of the butterfly. She took the ladder and retreated hundreds of feet away. On the other side, the purple heavenly palace took a step forward and blocked the two's path of retreat. A pair of eerie eyes narrowed. It really was strange that the usually mysterious Chongling female venerate would interfere in this matter. However, no matter how strong the female venerate was, she was only one person. It was a fool's dream to want to save someone. The situation was tense, and the atmosphere was becoming more and more oppressive. Just as the battle was about to begin again, suddenly, a sword light descended from the sky, splitting the battle apart. At the same time, in the distant night sky, footsteps could be heard, and swordwell could be heard. A handsome and extraordinary figure walked over. The appearance of a legendary figure had changed the tide of the battle. Take her away. Leave them to me. After a few steps, Imperial Prince Yen walked into the battle. He waved his hand to put down the sword guard and said, "N." The female venerate nodded and said calmly, "I hope that you will have fun this time." Finishing, the female venerate did not tarry. She took the heavily injured butterfly and quickly left. Chapter 527. In the front hall of the Castellan's mansion in Yuzhou City, a middle-aged man in blue and white clothes was sitting quietly while a girl in black clothes was standing behind him. She looked only a few years older than Qing Fu. However, her looming aura was many times more powerful than the idiot in Ning Chen's eyes. The Tianfu star's Qianxiang dynasty, Xiao Bieli. He was the Qianxiang dynasty's pillar of support against the other large sections. Even the imperial family didn't dare to provoke such a major figure. Now that he had personally come to the city lord's mansion, the entire city lord's mansion became nervous. Xiao Bieli hadn't even finished his first cup of tea when a man in embroidered robes walked out. Looking at the two of them, he took a step forward and respectfully bowed. Yuzhou City's city lord, Ren Baixio, greets Lord Tianxiang. Stand up, said Xiao Bieli calmly. Thank you, Lord Tianxiang, said Ren Baixio respectfully. His Majesty sent me here to investigate the Vermilion Bird Divine Treasury. Yuzhou City is the closest place to the Vermilion Bird Divine Treasury. Is there any special information? Xiao Bieli put down his teacup. Reporting to Lord Tianxiang. Ren Baixio recounted what had happened that day. Like what most people in Yuzhou City knew, someone had released the Vermilion Bird in the hands of the Supreme Mystery Palace and Tianda Mountain. However, nobody knew the identity of the person who had released the Vermilion Bird. In the Qianxiang dynasty, and even in the entire Tianfu star, there weren't many experts skilled in archery. Especially those who were truly skilled in archery. As Xiao Bieli listened to Ren Baixio's story, he began to ponder. Who could that unknown expert be? He knew all the experts on the Tianfu star who were skilled in archery. With their statuses, it was impossible for them to come all the way to Yuzhou City for a groundless divine treasury. Too many divine treasures had appeared in the past few years, and it was impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. However, there didn't seem to be any experts skilled in archery in the nearby large sections. That was strange. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bieli didn't want to waste any more time. He looked at the city lord and said, "Let me ask you a question." A red-robed young man. He looks to be in his 20s, and his cultivation base is above the Xiantian realm. It shouldn't be difficult to find him in Yuzhou City. Once you find him, don't alarm him. Just send someone to inform me. Hearing Minister of Heaven describe the person, Ren Baixiu's heart jumped. Mr. White. Why is the Minister of Heaven looking for Mr. Bai? Could it be that Mr. Bai has offended the Minister of Heaven in some way? City Lord Ren. Just as Ren Baixiu was in a daze, a calm voice suddenly sounded out, penetrating his body and reaching his heart. Ren Baixiu quivered. Looking at the heavenly manifestation in front of him, he hurriedly knelt down. Xiao Bieli asked indifferently, City Lord Ren, do you know the person I'm talking about? Reporting to Lord Heavenly Minister. Ren Baixiu suppressed his pounding heart as he replied, there's a new Mr. Bai in our mansion, who looks a bit similar to the one mentioned by Heavenly Minister. However, as Mr. Bai comes from the south and has just arrived at Yuzhou City, he should not be the one that you're looking for. Oh. Xiao Bieli's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he said, bring me over to get acquainted with them. Yes. Ren Baixiu respectfully complied. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, in front of a huge rock, Qing Fu was practicing her sword. Every strike created sparks around the sword marks. Each mark was only an inch long and could only accommodate a single strike. Qing Fu had practiced for an unknown period of time, but he hadn't been able to land a single strike. Sir. Qing Fu turned around, his eyes filled with grievance. If he continued like this, when would he ever be able to land a strike? Tired? Ning Chen didn't blame him when he saw the youth stop. Yes. Qing Fu nodded. Ning Chen calmly asked, can you still persist? Qing Fu thought for a moment and nodded once more. Ning Chen softly said, then persist a little longer. Qing Fu's immature face turned bitter. He had no choice but to turn around and endure the pain in his arm as he continued to practice. Outside the backyard, Xiao Bieli stopped. He looked at the red-robed young man in the courtyard, then looked at the youth practicing in front of the huge rock. He didn't go forward and chose to wait. Ren Baixiu's eyes flashed with doubt. Could it be that Mr. Bai really isn't the person Lord Heavenly Minister is looking for? Heavenly Minister, the person you're looking for is inside. Why aren't you going in? Asked the black-robed girl. Xiao Bieli replied, there's no rush. Wait a moment. The girl was puzzled, and she asked, why? The inheritance shouldn't be disturbed by anything, said Xiao Bieli calmly. Within the courtyard, Ning Chen also saw the Heavenly Minister outside. But as he was teaching Qing Fu, he didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. After another 15 minutes, Qing Fu stopped once more. His arm was in so much pain that he couldn't even raise it. He turned his head and looked at his teacher. Why was he still unable to stab him? Can you still persist? Soon. Perhaps in another 15 minutes, you'll be able to stab him, said Ning Chen softly. All right. Qing Fu clenched his teeth and nodded. He once more began to practice. Another 15 minutes later, just a little longer. Soon, 30 minutes later, the last 15 minutes, 30 minutes later, clang. After practicing for so many times, Qing Fu's arm was almost numb. She only knew how to draw her sword out of reflex. Then, as everyone held their breaths and watched, a clear sound rang out. The sound of a sword entering the sword mark was transmitted into the hearts of everyone inside and outside the courtyard. City Lord Ren, congratulations. Xiao Bieli calmly glanced at the man beside him. Ren Baixio was startled and revealed a puzzled expression. He didn't know what the heavenly minister meant by congratulating him. Within the courtyard, Qing Fu looked at the sword that had entered a sword mark. His bitter little face now revealed a brilliant smile. He turned to look at his teacher, waiting for praise. Ning Chen walked up and patted the youth's head. He softly said, "Not bad. In the future, you'll be able to practice like this every day. If you want to give up, don't say it so easily. Today, you have your teacher's encouragement, but perhaps in the future, you won't. People have to learn to be strong and learn to grow up. You're already 16 and are no longer a child." "Yes." Qing Fu nodded hard and agreed. Pass on the Tao, teach, dispel doubts. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Bieli gently sighed. He could see that this youth was truly teaching with all his heart. He wasn't just passing on a few moves. The 2 hours he had waited had been worth it. "Xinghong, go test out this youth's skills," said Xiao Bieli. "Yes." Fan Xinghong nodded and walked into the courtyard. Senior Heavenly Minister. Ren Baixio's expression became anxious. "There's no need for that. I know what I'm doing." Xiao Bieli raised a hand to stop him from continuing. Within the courtyard, Ning Chen looked at the young woman who had walked in alone. He understood that in the end, he couldn't avoid it. This heavenly minister had already begun to suspect him. "Qing Fu, you stay a bit further away. Watch the next battle carefully. As long as you practice seriously, in 20 years, you'll be even stronger than me," said Ning Chen. "Okay," Qing Fu responded and walked away obediently. "Sir, bye, please." Fan Xinghong waved her hand and unsheathed cold blade. A long and narrow willow saber pierced through the air. The moment the saber arrived, the battle began. Ning Chen gripped his sword, and a blue sword appeared. An ordinary weapon collided with a famous saber. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Bieli calmly watched. He truly did suspect this youth. Not everything in the world could be explained by coincidence. There weren't many people that he would take a fancy to. For such a coincidence to appear in Nether Prefecture's city, it was truly thought-provoking. In the southwest of the central prefecture, 100 miles away from the demonic Wuxia, thunder rumbled. Under the dark clouds, the flames of war ignited. The legendary cultivator had 2 swords against 2 sovereigns. On the side, the noble woman carried the heavily injured butterfly and quickly retreated. "You want to leave?" "Difficult." The demonic Buddha's expression turned cold. The golden ring on his staff swayed, and evil energy gathered. He attacked the noble woman who was about to leave. The legendary cultivator stepped forward like a shadow, instantly blocking the 2 of them. His blue sword met the moon, and extreme cold sealed the evil energy. "Let's go." With a bang, the evil energy scattered. The Yen Grand Prince's back was facing the 2 of them. The noble woman nodded and turned into a streak of light, carrying the butterfly away. The ultimate point of martial arts had been taken away. In the violet heavenly palace, the demonic Buddha's face darkened, and his murderous intent raged wildly. "Since you let her go, then you can taste it with your life." As soon as he finished speaking, the purple sky palace's figure flickered. His palm gathered wind and lightning and slammed out. The demonic Buddha combined their moves at the same time. Heavy evil energy gathered between heaven and earth. Its supreme power shocked the 9 heavens. The Yen Grand Prince's 2 swords rotated. He stepped out, and his sword followed. The red sword cut through the wind and clouds on his left, and the blue sword broke through 1,000 pounds on his right. With a bang, heaven and earth tilted. The stalemate between heaven and earth seemed to be a draw. Green and red breath at the same time, absolute chi. With a light shout, the green and red swords in the Yen Grand Prince's hands turned into two rainbows. They spun rapidly and flew toward the two sovereigns. The Purple Sky Palace and the demonic Buddha looked serious. They used their vital energy to block the two swords. The palm and the sword collided. There was a loud bang, and the aftermath was like rolling waves. Amidst the dust and sand, the Yen Grand Prince's figure disappeared. The two swords flew back and swapped left and right. The cold and fast sword slashed open the road to hell. Boom! Thunder rumbled, lighting up the dark world. Under the dark clouds, the three strongest people in the world started their peak battle. The palm and the sword cut off the path of life, and the sword turned reincarnation. The rare battle shocked the wind and clouds within 100 miles. With a ripping sound, the clothes of the two sovereigns split open at the same time. The sword light brushed past them. It was a close call. The Purple Sky Palace's face turned cold. He turned his palm over and a giant dragon gate appeared behind him. Its heavy energy made the moon pale in comparison. The Yen Grand Prince's figure turned instantly. The red sword moved quickly and broke the move in front of him. The demonic Buddha formed a seal to block the legendary figure, but the blue sword flew over and sealed the evil energy. With a loud bang, the three moves collided. The aftermath was endless. The ground cracked open, and the shockwaves spread hundreds of miles away. Thud! A drop of blood slid down silently. The corner of the legendary figure's mouth turned red for the first time. Although the move of the most powerful sovereign was broken, the aftermath was still shocking. Ordinary people couldn't block it. Why did he feel so happy inside? The injured Yen Grand Prince smiled for the first time. He loosened his hands. The green and red swords flew out and returned to their sheaths. In the next moment, the abyss condensation and the sand sword flew out. Endless sword pressure surged out. Chapter 528. Yuzhou City, the City Lord's Mansion. The celestial minister was watching the battle, confirming his doubts. Fan Xinghong stepped forward, her willow saber fluttering in the wind. It was a strange martial art that was difficult to catch. On the other hand, Ning Chen was slashing out with his sword. His every move was simple and easy to understand. Both sides were holding back, controlling the shock waves of their battle to within 30 meters. They didn't affect the three people in the distance. Xinghong's saber moved faster and faster, while knowing destiny slowed down as much as possible. In the distance, Qing Fu was seriously watching his teacher's moves. This was his teacher's first time teaching the sword, so he couldn't miss it. Outside the back courtyard, Xiao Libi was calmly watching their battle. His eyes constantly flashed. This person's attainments in the sword were extraordinary. City Lord Ren, did he make any requests for coming here to teach the sword? Asked Xiao Libi. No. Ren Baixio shook his head. Strange. Xiao Libi narrowed his eyes. Just what was this person's goal? Within the courtyard, the battle between the saber and the sword was becoming more and more intense. Ning Chen knew that the celestial minister was outside, so he was holding back. The simplest sword was facing the sharpest saber. The battle reached a stalemate. Fan Xinghong gathered her energy, and her willow saber spun. In an instant, willow leaves filled the sky and swallowed them. Ning Chen's footsteps spun. His figure was like an illusion as he dodged the willow leaves in the wind. His blue sword slashed out. The blue sword stopped an inch away from the girl's heart. The battle was over. Thank you for letting me win. Ning Chen put away his sword. Fan Xinghong was startled. She didn't understand why she, who had just gained the upper hand, would suddenly lose. Wonderful. Xiao Libi clapped his hands as he walked into the courtyard. He looked at the red-robed youth and said, as expected, heroes come from the youth. Master Bai's sword rarely meets a match. You praise me too much. Before the celestial minister, who would dare say that they rarely meet a match? Ning Chen smiled. Hypocrite. Fan Xinghong snorted coldly. She put away her saber and walked behind the celestial minister. Mr. Bai, there's no need to be so modest. I'm well aware of Xinghong's strength. No ordinary person can defeat her, smiled Xiao Libi. Ning Chen didn't want to waste time on this topic, therefore, he put it straightforwardly, if Lord Tianxiang suspects that the vermilion bird immortal stash is in my hand, you've got the wrong person. I came to Yuzhou City for something else. Before that, I didn't know that the immortal stash was going to appear. Oh. Xiao Bieli's eyes narrowed slightly, is it really not with you? I swear to the heavens, Ning Chen replied. Xiao Bieli nodded, and then he waved his hand and tossed over a gold command token. He said, since it's like that, then I won't disturb you any longer. This is a heavenly minister command token. If Mr. Bai needs my help in the future, then feel free to use this command token to look for me in Heavenly Minister City. Ning Chen accepted the gold medallion and did not refuse. He said, thank you for your kind intentions, Lord Minister of Heaven. Xinghong, let's go. Xiao Bieli spoke, and then he turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Outside the rear courtyard, Ren Baixiu respectfully sent him off. At some unknown time, his clothes had already been soaked through. Minister of Heaven, is the vermilion bird divine treasury really not with him? Fan Xinghong finally couldn't help but ask after they left the city lord's estate. Cultivators are plagued by tribulations and tribulations, so they won't easily swear oaths. There's no need to doubt that, said Xiao Bieli calmly. Then why did you give him a heavenly minister command token? Could it be that he's that valuable in your eyes? Fan Xinghong was puzzled. A heavenly minister command token was extremely precious. Even quasi-exalts were unable to obtain it. In the eyes of the minister of heaven, the word genius was meaningless. Do you know that young genius from the Seven Kills Palace? Xiao Bieli didn't answer her directly. I do. Fan Xinghong nodded. On the Tianfu planet, there was no one who didn't know that peerless genius from the Seven Kills Palace. He was a supreme expert of the younger generation who would definitely become a exalt. Even world exalts weren't willing to offend him. Between the two of them, if I had to choose one, I would choose that young man called Bai Yujing. That doesn't mean he's stronger than the Seven Kills Palace's young genius. It's just that martial strength isn't the only thing that determines a person's value, said Xiao Bieli. Knowledge, experience, endurance, strength, intelligence, to judge a person, there were far too many things that needed to be looked at. The talent of the Seven Kills Temple's peerless geniuses was truly unprecedented since ancient times. However, if one stood too high, then when one fell from the divine altar, they would fall even harder. Bai Yujing no longer exuded such a sharp aura. It was very rare for a young man to have such an aura, especially one with such astonishing strength. The only explanation was that he had experienced failure, and it wasn't just once or twice. It wasn't wrong to be frivolous when one was young. However, there was only a fine line between frivolity and impulsiveness. Sometimes, one wrong step could mean the entire game was lost. In the northern plains of the inner world, there was a vast expanse of snow. In a canyon that had existed since ancient times, the divine pavilion stood tall. The words, heavenly sound, reflected the great Tao. Behind the divine pavilion, in an unknown space, a white-clothed woman with chains pierced through her shoulder blades pushed the heavenly sound Tao mill. The sound of the great Tao rang out, resonating with heaven and earth. Master, why did she agree to push the heavenly sound Tao mill? Asked Wu Qingying. She wants to prolong someone's life. In our deal, as long as she agrees to push the heavenly sound Tao mill, I will prolong that person's life, said the heavenly sound pavilion's master calmly. Master, can you tell that this woman has lost some of her memories? Asked Wu Qingying softly. It's a pity that she has forgotten her past. However, she still can't sever the emotions that should be forgotten, said the Heavenly Sound Pavilion's master indifferently. Emotions hurt others, but also hurt oneself. Wu Qingying sighed. In front of the Heavenly Sound Dao Mill, the woman walked step by step around the Heavenly Sound Dao Mill. After 3 years, no blood seeped out from her shoulder blades. The great Tao cherished the sound. Every sound was made with blood. Her hair was messy, casually falling behind her. Her white clothes were stained with blood. She was the most outstanding descendant of the Xin royal family in the barren city for thousands of years. For the barren city, she walked the path of forgetting her emotions. However, in the end, she still couldn't escape the cycle of reincarnation. At the same time, outside the demonic Wuxia, a shocking battle was taking place. The legend fought against 2 venerables. Endless sword pressure surged between heaven and earth. The strongest sword only needed to be proven. After the deities left, the demonic Buddha and the violet heavenly palace were the greatest beneficiaries of the 5 regions. They had seized the source of the divine prefecture and taken the most important half-step. They were only a hair away from crossing the final boundary of humanity. The 2 venerables, who had surpassed the peak of the prime level, were undoubtedly the strongest existences in the world. When they joined forces, the 9 heavens' fury surged, and a calamity appeared again. In the most extreme battle, the legend wasn't afraid of death. He raised his 2 swords against the 2 venerables. His sword was raised to the limit of his life. In order to prove his sword, he abandoned everything. Demonic Dharma, evil words to save the world. The demonic Buddha slammed his staff on the ground, and the evil qi around him rose to the extreme. Endless evil qi gathered from heaven and earth, forming a dark world to trap the battle. Purple qi from the east, divine martial dharma. The violet heavenly palace also activated his shocking martial arts. He turned his palm to the sky, and the martial god came to the world. The strongest move, the heaviest pressure. The legend let out a long shout. His black hair danced wildly, and the sand sword in his hand scattered. The sword appeared in the wind, invisible and traceless. The fluttering green clothes and the moving sand sword were fast. In the world of evil qi, even the martial god's moves couldn't stop the extreme sword. The legend, who had used all his combat power, was so powerful that it was terrifying. The demonic Buddha and the violet heavenly palace saw that their opponents were shocked. Their figures flashed, and they pressed forward. The 3 people clashed, and the aftermath surged endlessly. The world, which had suffered a great calamity, collapsed again. Mountains fell and the ground fell within 100 miles. In the dust, the violet heavenly palace flew 10 feet away. He looked at the man in green in front of him with an unprecedentedly serious expression. There was actually such a powerful cultivator in the 5 regions. In the battle, the demonic Buddha and the legend of the demonic Buddha had endless evil qi. Madras kept circling around the Buddha. His body was like a young man, but he had the power to overturn mountains and seas. Every time he made a move, thousands of feet of earth would sink. Facing the destructive power of the demonic Buddha, Prince Yan's abyss condensed black light shone brightly. The sealing sword reappeared in the style of the forbidden martial arts. Annihilation, devouring, good and evil. At this moment it was difficult to distinguish. The extreme powers kept colliding, and the world fell. Strong, undeniably strong. It was beyond the knowledge of the warriors in the world. It turned out that human martial arts could be cultivated to such a terrifying level. It turned out that when the sword in one's hand was practiced to the extreme, it could really kill demons and Buddhas. You're not even a half venerable. How long can you last at such a peak? The demonic Buddha said coldly. He turned his palm to block the sword light. It's enough time to kill you. Prince Yan waved his sword. The sand on the sword flew wildly. The sand sword filled the world. Every grain of sand was a sword. The sword will threaten to take one's life. The demonic Buddha formed a madras to block the sand sword. With a violent sound, his Buddhist robe was dyed red. On the other side, the violet heavenly palace saw an opportunity. He flashed past and put his palm on the back of the legend of the demonic Buddha. With a buzz, the sword flew out from the sword rack and blocked the demonic Buddha's palm. The legend of the demonic Buddha turned around and held his sword. The violet heavenly palace blocked the sword. With a bang, he took a few steps back. His blood was boiling. Not bad. As he spoke, the violet heavenly palace raised his energy again. His purple chi was vast and mighty. It was like a giant dragon had appeared in the world. The world trembled under the pressure. The demonic Buddha raised his energy at the same time. He chanted in an evil voice. The Buddha's words spread. The world-shaking evil energy reappeared in the world. The two most powerful venerables in the world pushed their martial arts to the extreme. The unshakable pressure spread under the dark clouds. That kind of destructive pressure could be felt thousands of miles away. 3 swords in the sky, life and death pact. Prince Yen knew that the two venerables' attacks were not ordinary. He pointed his finger and condensed his energy. The 3 swords in the sand turned into sword rainbows and broke through the sky. The 3 attacks collided. The sand was dyed red. The swords in the sand pierced the demonic Buddha's heart. Ugh! With a groan, the demonic Buddha took a few steps back. Blood spurted out from his chest and spilled onto the ground. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The demonic Buddha's evil energy spread in front of his chest. The fatal wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Undying body. Prince Yen squinted his eyes and said slowly. Surprised? It's too late. The demonic Buddha snorted. He flipped his palm and the evil spirits of the 9th heaven descended. The gloomy death chi surged wildly. It made people feel the fear of doomsday. Chapter 529. Outside the demonic will see, the battle between the two venerables had reached its climax. Not a single part of the devastated land remained unscathed. There were cracks and ravines everywhere. In Prince Yan's hands, the abyss congealing sword and Jiga sword hummed. The 2 swords fought against the 2 venerables. At the same time, the sand sword in the wind filled the air. The battle intent of the legend was fully unleashed. His pace was getting faster and faster. He controlled 3 swords. The sword and the palm collided. Waves of dust rolled. The cyan robe disappeared. The Jiga sword shook the Buddhist staff. The evil energy was scattered. Buddha among demons and venerables among humans. They didn't dare to be careless in front of the sword congealing sword. They pushed their cultivation to the limit. The great path resonated. On the rumbling ground, the white-haired young man in the golden cassock fluttered. The evil energy was added to the power of the evil energy. The Jiga sword cut down demons and demons. The sword was fast and heavy. One sword after another collided with the evil energy of the demons and Buddha. On the other side, Zi Tiangong was surrounded by purple clouds. He was the most powerful person in the world. The power of his palm was earth-shattering. His speed was also extremely fast. Boom! Thunder roared. Purple thunder fell from the sky. The god-congealed sword was the most powerful person in the world. The abyss-congealing sword shook the venerables. The black light swallowed the sky and the earth. The sealed sword was completely revived. The legend of the sword was reborn. The battle continued. Killing light filled the sky. The wind and sand blew. The wind and clouds changed. This was the first time the world had seen a battle at the peak of the world. In the distance, the female honor left with the butterfly. After stabilizing the injury of the former, she waved her hand and opened the sky to watch the battle. Who is he? The demonic butterfly opened her eyes. She looked at the peerless swordsman in the battle and asked. Prince Yen of the Great Xia. He is Ning Chen's only elder now, the female honor said softly. The demonic butterfly's eyes flashed with sadness. Why was his path so difficult when he had such a strong elder? All the disciples of the world had elders to protect them. But he could only struggle forward step by step and shoulder everything. Seeing the sadness in the butterfly's eyes, the female honor sighed softly. He is the Marquis of Jiming, the savior of the divine land, the devil hated by millions of people. He will never be tired, never. A strong person would always be relied on by the people around him. The study of the Marquis Jiming's mansion was the coldest place she had ever seen. It was so cold that she couldn't even feel sleepy. He was conferred the title of Marquis at a young age. During the chaotic times, he forced the knowing destiny state cultivator to grow up. When the world was peaceful and the deities left, everything was settled. However, he was already covered in wounds. He would never be able to repay the favor he owed. She and Jiming Marquis had talked a lot about Great Xia, the world, and the human world. However, he had never talked about himself. Maybe he owed her too much, so Jiming Marquis could never talk about love again. Come back to Chongling with me. Nothing will happen to him so easily. At least, before he awakens that woman, he will survive at all costs. The woman looked at the butterfly next to her and said. No need. When I recover, I will go find him, the butterfly said softly. She had thought that she would never have anything to worry about in this life. It was her junior sect brother's appearance that made her see a similar but different version of herself. Since the road ahead was so difficult, she would do her best to walk with him. Hearing this, the female honor sighed again and did not try to persuade her. In the distant battle, the legend who was fighting at full power was using up more and more vital energy. Seeing this, the two venerables increased their attacks. They had to eliminate this mortal enemy completely. Finally, has he reached his limit? Prince Yen sighed softly. If he thought more, he could fight a little longer. It's coming. The legend's sword stopped for a moment. The demon Buddha, Purple Sky Palace, the female honor, and the butterfly all focused. The next move would decide the victor. Sword. The legend stepped forward, his black hair flying. With a whisper, the surrounding world suddenly quieted down. His sword had reached its limit, and it was the final move of proving the sword. Before the sword was even drawn, the earth within 300 miles shook, and the demonic wheel suffered a calamity. Before the coffins could even appear, they were swallowed up by the sword wheel that permeated the air, and instantly disappeared. Retreat. An unprecedented fear of death rose in the hearts of the two venerables. Zi Tiangong shouted in a deep voice and quickly retreated. The demon Buddha did not dare to stay any longer. He chanted and retreated quickly. However, it was too late. Around the legend, endless sword pressure spread out. Wherever his will was, the sword would be there. The sword had surpassed the limits of the mortal world. Wherever the sword went, heaven and earth would disappear. The shocking scene made people feel fear deep in their bones. The dissipated cyan robe appeared in front of the two venerables. He waved the two swords. Blood spurted out. Ugh! After two groans, the two venerables vomited blood. They did not dare to hesitate and immediately ran away. Crack. Two crisp sounds. Chi condensed. The halberd cracked and quickly turned into ashes. The sword of the mortal world could not bear the sword of another. It had reached the end of its life. What a pity. In the distance, the female honor looked regretful. The demon Buddha and Purple Sky Palace were not destined to die. The sword of the mortal world was too weak. Outside the demon will see, Prince Yen withdrew his presence and walked silently to the sword rack. He waved his hand and put away the sword. Then he turned and walked towards the demon will see. In the distance, the female honor and Mo Dai's expressions changed slightly. A moment later, they sighed softly and did not stop him. The mortal world could not prove his sword. Maybe he could only place his hopes on the illusory immortals. The loneliness of an expert was so sad. He walked the path of the legendary sword too quickly. He missed the best opponent. When he wanted to prove his sword again, there was no one to prove it to. Let us part here. Thank you for your help this time, female honor, Mo Dai stood and said. Be careful in the future. Purple Sky Palace and the Demon Buddha will not give up so easily. The female honor nodded and reminded. Yes, I will. Mo Dai responded. She did not linger and left. After Mo Dai left, the female honor turned and walked into the Dragon Gate and disappeared. In the homeland of West Buddha, in the ancient land of Chongling. The female honor returned. She came forward and said with narrowed eyes, "How is Butterfly in the flower?" "She is fine. She was not willing to come to Chongling with me and left. However, after this calamity, she will be more careful. It will be difficult for Purple Sky Palace and the Demon Buddha to take Ji Yuan," the female honor answered. "What about Prince Yen? Did he prove his sword?" the female honor continued to ask. The female honor shook her head and sighed. Purple Sky Palace and the Demon Buddha could not prove his sword. The legend of the Great Xia has entered the demon will see. Maybe, there will be a day when he will not come out. Hearing this, the female honor fell silent. She had not expected that the two of them together could not prove a legendary sword. This matter is over. Next, I will take half of the Marquis Ji Ming to the northern plains. Whether or not I can extend his life will depend on whether that person is willing to act, the female honor said. Be careful. She is not weaker than you. Also, being in the cold northern plains, our abilities will be greatly affected, the female honor reminded. Understood, I will be careful. Chapter 530. Within the city lord's manor in Yuzhou City, it was finally time for Ning Chen to leave. As a teacher, he had already taught him everything he needed to teach. The rest of the path could only be walked by Qing Fu himself. Mr. Bai, this is a letter I wrote to one of the Pill Tower's elders. It might not be of much use, but it's the only thing I can thank you with. I hope Mr.'s trip will be smooth, said Ren Baixio. Many thanks. Ning Chen accepted the letter. Teacher. Qing Fu called out, his face filled with reluctance. He knew that he didn't know when they would meet again. Ning Chen looked at the youth and gently said, Qing Fu, practice your sword well. You have a kindness that I will never be able to hope for in my entire life. Don't forget your original intention when you first picked up the sword. Don't be heartless, don't give up on love. Live seriously and take responsibility seriously. One day, you will surpass me. Yes. Qin Ming nodded with tears in his eyes. He remembered everything his teacher had said. City Lord, we'll meet again someday. Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He turned and left, never looking back. A generation's heavenly genius. Ren Baixio looked at the disappearing silhouette and sighed. He didn't know how strong the young cultivator from the Palace of Seven Murders was, but in his eyes, Mr. Bai was the real strong cultivator. He was the pride of his generation. The road to the east was long. Ning Chen had a letter that Ren Baixio had written to an elder of the Pill Tower. Although he didn't know if it would be useful, it was better than nothing. The Pill Tower was located on the eastern side of the Tianxiang dynasty. It was a prosperous and powerful place. It had more than one chosen overseeing it. It could be said to be the most terrifying power in the north. The reason he was going to the Pill Tower was to save the Alcade King. There was no need to doubt the strength of a sword expert who could become a chosen. This trip might be dangerous, but it was worth it. Chirp. 100 miles east, the cry of a vermilion bird rang out. A vermilion bird appeared in the churning clouds. It was the vermilion bird that had left earlier. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. After a moment, he didn't stop. He continued on according to his plan. The previous battle had shown that the current him couldn't keep the vermilion bird divine treasury. There was no need to waste his energy. The vermilion bird circled in the sky, quietly observing the humans below. After a series of bird cries, it flew away. Looking at the departing vermilion bird, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Compared to the previous battle, the vermilion bird's aura was even stronger. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before it could retract its wings and completely transform. A vermilion bird at the human sovereign level was not to be trifled with, especially when this vermilion bird possessed a secret technique that he did not know. Although the vermilion bird and Phoenix weren't natural enemies, because their origin was similar, it would be beneficial for whoever swallowed the other. Just like how he wanted to obtain the vermilion bird divine treasury, the vermilion bird wouldn't let him off so easily. It wasn't about good or evil, nor was it about gratitude or enmity. There was only the most basic survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest, survival of the strong. There was no turning back. The Pill Tower was far away, more than 10,000 miles. Ning Chen traveled day and night, and after 7 days, he finally arrived outside the Pill Tower. It happened to be the annual Pill and Martial Arts meeting. Many geniuses and elders of great sects came forward to watch the most prosperous meeting in the north. The Pill Tower was good at refining pills. For every cultivator, it was a great attraction. The path of martial arts was difficult. With the help of pills, it would be much smoother. In the 5 regions, almost all the methods of refining pills had been lost after the Underworld King destroyed the world. Although they had gradually recovered in the past 30,000 years, they were no longer at their peak. In comparison, the pill and martial arts inheritances in the outer heaven were much more complete. They were a force that couldn't be ignored. In front of Sunset Mountain, the Pill Tower stood in the sky. The large open space was filled with cultivators who had come to watch the meeting. The inner disciples of the Pill Tower were refining pills in front of the tower. In addition, there were also pill and martial arts geniuses from other inheritances. Smoke rose from the furnace. Even from far away, the invigorating medicinal fragrance could be smelled. Ning Chen didn't know how to refine pills. After arriving at the Pill Tower, he found a Pill Tower disciple on duty and asked him to pass the message. Soon, the Pill Tower disciple came back with the message and led the way. Ning Chen followed. He bypassed the important figures of various sects and walked toward a side door of the Pill Tower. On the 7th floor of the tower, a middle-aged man was waiting. When he saw the young man brought by the disciple, a strange expression appeared on his face. "You can leave for now," said Umo, "Yes." The Pill Tower disciple respectfully bowed and left. Junior by Yujing greets Elder Yu. Ning Chen cupped his fists. "Sir Bai, there's no need to be so courteous. Please follow me," Umo said as he walked toward a pill room not far away. The pill room was filled with medicinal fragrance. Large and small jade bottles were placed inside. It was a magnificent sight. Umo saw the surprise in the young man's eyes and explained, "Each elder of the Pill Tower has their own alchemy room. These medicinal pills were accumulated over dozens of years. If Sir Bai takes a fancy to any of them, feel free to ask." He could see Ren Baixio's respect and admiration for this young man. Based on his understanding of Ren Baixio, this wasn't an ordinary matter. Although Nether Prefecture City wasn't a large city, as the city master, Ren Baixio's experience wasn't ordinary. For him to wholeheartedly recommend this young man, he definitely had to be extraordinary. Elder Yu is too courteous. Junior came to ask about a method to save someone. I hope Elder can give me some pointers, said Ning Chen. Who do you want to save? Asked Yuemo, a senior. He was heavily injured and his blood qi has dried up. He also doesn't have much longevity left, said Ning Chen. Yuemo frowned. A person who was about to die. Seeing that Yuemo was silent, Ning Chen didn't rush him. He patiently waited. He knew that the Alcade King's injuries weren't easy to treat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. What cultivation base does this senior have? Asked Yuemo after a long time. Peak half-step exalt, said Ning Chen. It'll be difficult. Yuemo sighed and said, reviving someone who is about to die is not an easy task, especially for such a martial arts expert. Ning Chen didn't say anything. How about this? I'll recommend someone to you. Perhaps she'll have a method. However, I can't guarantee whether or not she'll be willing to help, continued Yuemo. Many thanks, Elder Yu. Ning Chen bowed and expressed his thanks. The two of them walked up the tower. When they reached the 21st floor, Yuemo stopped. Looking at a sealed pill room, he said, Elder Ji, I am Yuemo. I would like to see you. There was no response from the pill room. Yuemo had no choice but to call out once more. However, there was still no response. I'm sorry. Yuemo sighed. It seems this person won't see us. Ning Chen frowned and took a step forward. Elder Ji, Junior by Yujing has an important matter to discuss. No. This time, the person inside seemed to be annoyed and directly refused. Elder Ji, no matter how many pills you refine, if you don't use them to save people, what's the point of refining them? Are you going to eat them? Ning Chen didn't hold back. Impudent. Yuemo's expression changed. At this moment, a furious roar rang out from within the pill room. A palm came crashing down, causing the entire 21st floor to shake. Sword intent surged out of Ning Chen's body to protect him. He was forced back several steps, and a drop of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. In front of the pill room was an ice-cold woman. She looked to be in her 30s and had a beautiful appearance. However, she gave off an unapproachable coldness. By Yujing Hall. You dare speak rudely in front of me? You really are brazen, said Ji Furong. Ning Chen suppressed the injury from that palm and walked forward. He respectfully said, Junior apologizes to Elder Ji for my previous words. I had no choice but to do this. Ji Furong snorted and turned to walk into the pill room. Come in. Ning Chen nodded apologetically to Yuemo and followed behind her. The two of them entered, and the door to the pill room slammed shut, cutting off the inside from the outside. Speak. What business do you have with me? Asked Ji Furong. Junior has a senior who was previously heavily injured. His blood qi has dried up, and he doesn't have much lifespan left. He's been asking for medicine for many times, but to no avail. So I came to the pill tower to ask for help, said Ning Chen. Saving him isn't difficult, but why should I help you? Asked Ji Furong indifferently. As long as Elder Ji is willing to help, Junior is willing to pay any price, said Ning Chen respectfully. Any price? Ji Furong sneered. I want dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder. Do you have it? I don't, replied Ning Chen. What about divine marrow and immortal bones? Continued Ji Furong. I don't have it. Heavenly heart and earthly veins. I don't have it. One question after another, denial after denial. The ridicule on Ji Furong's face grew thicker and thicker. After a while, she stopped asking and said, You don't have anything, but you still dare to talk about any price. Do all youngsters these days like to speak so arrogantly? My apologies. Junior misspoke. I hope Elder Ji can give me a compromise. Ning Chen respectfully bowed once more. Ji Furong sneered. After venting her anger had mostly dissipated. She looked at the youngster in front of her, who still had a decent attitude when admitting his mistake. Don't say that I'm making things difficult for you. I can give you the revival pill, but I need the heavenly craft spring water. You should know what to do. A strange light flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. The heavenly craft spring water was something he had found in the ancient records of the covetous wolf sect. It wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. 10 days. I'll give you 10 days. If you haven't brought back the heavenly craft spring water by the end of the grand pill gathering, there's no need to discuss anything further, said Ji Furong. Thank you, Elder Ji. Junior will remember this. I will bring back the heavenly craft spring water on time. Ning Chen cupped his fists and bowed. He then turned and walked out of the pill room. Outside the pill room, Umo was still waiting. When he saw Ning Chen come out, he stepped forward and asked, "How was it? Did Elder Ji agree?" "I agreed. It's just that there are a few small things I need to do." Ning Chen spoke. Immediately, he looked at the man in front of him and said apologetically, "Due to this junior's slip of the tongue, I have caused trouble for Elder Yu." "It's fine." Umo shook his head. Although Elder Ji's temper is a bit strange, she's not the type to vent her anger on others. However, Elder Ji's request won't be simple. You have to be careful. Chapter 531. The Heavenly Craft Spring was 1,700 miles north of Sunset Mountain. It was a paradise on earth. The sound of spring water flowing through the mountains gradually calmed people's irritated hearts. Red robes appeared 5 miles away from the Heavenly Craft Spring. Looking at the spring in the distance, a faint light flashed in her eyes. The Heavenly Craft Spring was just ahead. However, it wouldn't be easy to obtain it. That was because the master of the Heavenly Craft Spring was one of the Crepe Myrtle's major powers, the Shattering Army Palace's palace master. On the Heavenly Mansion star, there were 5 powers that attracted the most attention: the Heavenly Sacred Land, the Tianxiang Dynasty, the 7 Kills Palace, the Shattering Army Palace, and the Greed Wolf Palace. Of the 5 powers, the strongest were without a doubt the Heavenly Sacred Land and the Tianxiang Dynasty. The other 3 palaces only had one successor. The Greed Wolf Palace's palace master had already died at his hands. However, the Greed Wolf Palace's palace master was the weakest of the 3 palaces. He couldn't be compared to the other 2. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the elder brother at the Greed Wolf Palace's palace master had called out before his death was one of the 2 palace masters. Choosing one of the 2, that was a 50% chance. It wasn't small. Even the Pill Tower didn't want to provoke this inheritance. It could be seen how extraordinary the current Shattering Army Palace's palace master was. There were many geniuses in the world, but there were very few that could make the Pill Tower feel apprehensive. Ning Chen looked at the Heavenly Craft Spring in front of him for a long time. He knew that he only had one chance. Once he failed, it would be impossible to obtain the Heavenly Craft Spring again. Even now, he still felt that Greed Wolf Palace's final glance was strange. He wasn't familiar with this world's cultivation techniques or secret arts. However, his intuition told him that the final glance would bring him great trouble. Thinking of that, his expression changed. A white fan appeared. It was the clear sunly flame, made of the same material as the Great Sun Divine Bow. He took a step and reappeared 5 miles away. Red light gathered, and he didn't go any further. However, it was so quiet that it was a little frightening. Other than the sound of flowing water, there was no other movement. It seemed he had no other choice. He had to save the Alcade King. However, the current situation was truly strange. This one is by Yujing. I would like to request an audience with the palace master of the Shattering Army Palace. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment before deciding to go first. Thus, he rushed forward and shouted at the top of his lungs. As soon as he finished speaking, the void shook, and a huge palace appeared above the heavenly craft spring. An ancient and heavy aura spread out, but there wasn't much killing intent. Instead, it gave people a feeling of tranquility. At the same time that the shattering the army palace appeared, the palace doors opened and an orange-clothed girl walked out. She had a delicate face and was not devastatingly beautiful, but she had her own charm. "Phoenix, I've been waiting for you for a long time," Lu Qingyi said calmly. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly. How could he recognize this? The clear sunly fire also disappeared. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and said, "Palace Lord Pajun, I have come to borrow some heavenly craft spring water. Is it possible for you to make an exception?" Lu Qingyi did not speak. She quietly looked at the young man in front of her. It turned out that a person's skin could be so thick. "I don't have any spring water. If you want to kill me, I'll accompany you," Lu Qingyi said calmly. "Is there no room for discussion?" asked Ning Chen, frowning once more. Lu Qingyi waved her hand, and a ray of light shot towards the heavenly craft spring. However, as soon as it touched the spring water, it was swallowed by a strange energy and disappeared. Ning Chen's eyelids jumped. Fortunately, he hadn't carelessly attacked her just now. "If you defeat me, I'll help you undo the restrictions on the heavenly craft spring. Or you can try to take the spring water right now. However, I can't guarantee that I won't sneak attack you while you're breaking the restrictions," said Lu Qingyi. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He had no choice. This woman was not simple. It seemed it would not be easy for her to take away the spring water. "As long as I defeat you, you won't stop me from taking the spring water?" asked Ning Chen. "The shattering army palace lord always keeps his word," said Lu Qingyi indifferently. "Heh, how about that? But my martial character isn't too good, so I'll give you a warning." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in red moved, and a blue sword appeared in the air. The sword was cold and murderous as it approached. Lu Qingyi raised her palm to block the sword. With a clang, she blocked the sword. "Testing with iron is disrespectful to your opponent," said Lu Qingyi calmly. "Sorry, my luck hasn't been good recently. This is the only sword I have left." As he spoke, Ning Chen's sword began to shine. His sword became even sharper, each of his attacks aimed at her vital points. Lu Qingyi used her fingers to block the sword. The shockwaves from the clash caused their clothes to flutter. Although it seemed casual, it had already been a dozen rounds of life and death exchanges. "Tan Lang didn't lose to you unjustly," Lu Qingyi said honestly as she pushed away the person in front of her with a palm. "Is that so?" Ning Chen's feet moved again. The blue sword flashed past at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind blurry afterimages in the air. Lu Qingyi dodged, her hair fluttering in the wind. She seemed to be surrounded by danger, but every time she was in danger, she would be able to dodge in time. "Monster!" Ning Chen felt something wasn't right. He muttered to himself and leapt forward. His sword condensed into a phoenix origin and cut through the air. "Phoenix, isn't it rude to call someone a monster?" Lu Qingyi said faintly. She clenched her delicate hand and in the bright green light, a beautiful and narrow dark green saber light appeared. With a slash of the saber, the sky-splitting sword light shattered. Seeing the green saber in her hand, Ning Chen frowned. This was troublesome. He didn't even need to ask to know that this was another incredible divine weapon. "Miss, we have no enmity between us. There's no need to fight. Is there any way to resolve this peacefully?" asked Ning Chen, not wanting to continue fighting. "There isn't." Before he had even finished speaking, the green light was already in front of him. Lu Qingyi brandished her saber light, cutting through the sky. Ning Chen raised his sword to block, but his expression suddenly changed and he dodged. The saber light fell and the sword broke. An ordinary sword was unable to block the sharpness of the sky execution divine weapon and broke. "I knew nothing good would come out cheap." Ning Chen retreated several steps and tossed the broken sword to the side. If this continued, it would be dangerous. Compared to greed, this Shadow Army Palace Master was not just a little bit stronger. "Miss, relying on your weapon is not the way of a gentleman," said Ning Chen once more. "Trying to provoke me is useless against me," Lu Qingyi said calmly. She waved her heavenly slash and a green blade light broke through the air. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed. It was a terrifying power that was shocking to the hearts of those who saw it. Ning Chen's silhouette moved again, dodging the saber light. With a loud boom, a mountain 100 miles away collapsed, completely flattened. Looking behind him, Ning Chen felt a chill. How was he supposed to continue fighting? This was too fierce. If you lose focus in battle, you can't complain about your death. Lu Qingyi once more charged forward, her sky execution destroying everything in its path. Ning Chen retreated once more, dodging one saber light after another. He had previously held the advantage, but now he was at a complete disadvantage. Clang! The yellow spring seal was activated, and the sky-shaking slash was activated. In an instant, the yellow springs that couldn't completely condense shattered. Ning Chen had no choice but to dodge again, narrowly dodging the saber light. Being restricted, Ning Chen quickly pondered as he dodged the saber light. Retreating was impossible. That Elder Ji had only given him 10 days. Even if he retreated this time, he wouldn't be able to find a divine weapon that could contend with this saber in a short time. Should he take the risk of being stabbed a few times to seriously injure this woman? It wasn't worth it, not to mention this woman's abnormal strength, his plan wouldn't succeed. Even if he could seriously injure her, the heavenly craft spring water would still belong to her. If she destroyed it in a fit of anger or went back on her word, he really wouldn't be able to reason with her. Kill this woman? He couldn't do it now. Use poison. The Datura seed was in his hands, but he couldn't use it for the time being. Exterminating immortal sword? That didn't seem to work either. Once that green coffin opened, neither he nor this woman would be able to survive. Thinking about it, Ning Chen still couldn't think of a way. Suddenly, he thought of the mirror he had stolen from Tan Lang. Without any hesitation, he activated his phoenix origin and summoned the ancient realm. Reincarnation manifested and the ancient realm of the void shone down. In an instant, the entire space froze. Black light scattered between heaven and earth. Wherever the light from the mirror fell, the void condensed and became heavier. Reincarnation mirror. I forgot to tell you that I gave Tan Lang this mirror. Lu Qingyi slashed open the void with her saber. She stepped into the air and grabbed the floating ancient realm with her slender hand. Seeing this, Ning Chen immediately smashed the green cauldron over. There was no way she was going to steal his things. Bang! With a loud bang, the green cauldron was shaken. The two of them both retreated several steps. For the first time, they were evenly matched. Ning Chen took the opportunity to receive the reincarnation mirror. He secretly exclaimed that it was a close call. This woman was too evil and too powerful. What's that in your hand? Lu Qingyi looked at the broken cauldron in his hand. A trace of doubt flashed through her beautiful eyes. I don't know. I picked it up, Ning Chen replied. It's quite sturdy. Lu Qingyi nodded. Ning Chen didn't know what to say. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know when this woman's saber would come swinging at him again, he would have suspected that they were friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Other people would start fighting when they didn't like each other. They were the exact opposite. Pay attention. The test is over. Next, I'm going to get serious. As she spoke, Lu Qingyi took a step forward. The true yuan around her body rose. The green brilliance of her saber shot into the sky. The terrifying power caused the 9 heavens to change. The entire sky turned green. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. Was that just a warm-up? What kind of joke was this? She was already so abnormal. How could she continue to improve? Sword form, Eastern Rising Sunday, facing the extreme power, Ning Chen didn't dare to be careless. He took a step forward and the divine sun appeared behind him. Immediately, it rose into the sky. Rays of sword intent spiraled around his body and merged with the divine sun. The parallel flow technique merged with the Book of Sunday. Seeing this, Lu Qingyi's eyes lit up. Not a bad technique. The next moment, between heaven and earth, the saber and sword intent collided. Boundless raging currents roared and rushed out. The void was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cough cough. In the sand, Hong Yi took a few steps back. She barely avoided the aftershock and coughed violently. Chapter 532. In front of the heavenly craft spring, the phoenix body fought against the army destroyer sword. The intense battle caused the wind and clouds to change. Ning Chen didn't dare be careless when facing the destroyer sword palace's palace master. His phoenix origin constantly increased as he used speed to suppress the fierce attacks. On the other hand, Lu Qingyi wielded the heaven/divine weapon. Each of her moves contained shocking destructive power. Her saber light caused the heavens to collapse. Of the three palaces, the 7 murders and the destroyer sword focused on killing. Their powerful offensive power was shocking. The heaven/slash was merciless. Ning Chen constantly shifted his body, unwilling to rashly come into contact with the divine weapon. Lu Qingyi used her 3,000 saber images to cut through the wind and clouds. Endless saber light drowned the entire void. Sensing danger, Ning Chen once again summoned the green cauldron to block the saber light. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the saber light collided with the green cauldron. The intense collision caused everyone's ears to ring. Seeing this strange green cauldron once again, Lu Qingyi frowned. Her figure flashed and she appeared behind him. Her heaven/slash split the heavens and earth. Bang! Ning Chen once again raised the green cauldron to meet her attack. The shockwaves from the collision separated the two of them. Neither of them had the upper hand. Are you going to keep hiding behind this turtle shell? Lu Qingyi was displeased. Can't I? Why do you have a divine weapon and I have to go empty-handed? Ning Chen didn't feel embarrassed at all. No more fighting. You can leave. Lu Qingyi waved her hand and put away her heaven/slash. She then turned and walked towards the destroyer palace. Miss, wait a moment. You still haven't undone the restrictions on the heavenly craft spring. Ning Chen tried his best to smile as he spoke. Lu Qingyi stopped and turned back. You didn't win. Why should I give you the spring water? This battle isn't over yet. If you stop on your own initiative, isn't that the same as admitting defeat? Ning Chen's face didn't turn red. Sophistry. Lu Qingyi frowned. She waved her hand and the heaven/slash appeared again. Ning Chen also cooperated and summoned the green cauldron. In any case, there were still a few days until the agreed date. With the green cauldron's sturdiness, it would break the saber sooner or later. Lu Qingyi could see his goal and calmly said, I don't need to use the heaven/slash, but you can't hide behind that turtle shell. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and put away the green cauldron first. Lu Qingyi also kept her promise and did not use heaven/slash again. She took a step forward and slammed her hand down. Ning Chen formed a sword with his fingers, and the sword will around him gathered to block the former's palm power. With a loud explosion, the battle started again. The two of them took a step back at the same time. Soon after, red and orange clothes flashed past. Another 10 rounds of rapid exchanges took place. His delicate appearance and fluttering black hair could not hide the strength of this generation's defeating armies. Even if he did not use the heavenly slash, he still stomped on the ground ferociously. Between his palm strikes, he did not care about his body's cultivation and forcefully suppressed the phoenix. Ning Chen shifted his palm wind. Due to the difference in their foundation, he was unwilling to face the attack head-on. Sword style, air severing. The sword chi spiraled, cutting through the void and slashing towards the girl. However, Lu Qingyi did not dodge. Her slender hand glowed with a green light as she struck out with her palm, forcibly dispersing the sword chi. Nirvana. Rebirth was about to appear, and the heavens and earth were boundless. Numerous sword wills swept over from all directions with shocking might, completely different from the previous moves. When Lu Qingyi saw this, she focused for the first time. She took a step forward, and the surrounding true qi surged. Just at this moment, the sword wills between heaven and earth suddenly vanished. A black light shone. At some point, a black mirror had appeared in Ning Chen's hand, and he had fixed the void. Lu Qingyi was caught off guard, and by the time she recovered, Hong Yi was already in front of her. "Miss, you've lost," said Ning Chen calmly. He did not attack again. Lu Qingyi frowned. She looked at the reincarnation mirror in his hand. After a moment, she said, "Despicable." Ning Chen smiled. "I only said I wouldn't use the green cauldron. I didn't say I wouldn't use anything else. Miss, please keep your promise and release the restrictions on the heavenly craft spring." Lu Qingyi did not say anything more. She descended and walked over to the heavenly craft spring. With a wave of her hand, she dispersed the restrictions on the spring. Ning Chen took out the green cauldron and filled it with spring water. He then looked at the girl beside him and said politely, "Thank you, miss." He could see that this girl didn't care about greed's death. Otherwise, today's battle would not have been a battle of victory or defeat, but a battle of life and death. Let me remind you that Palace Master Qi Sha has already come out of seclusion. He's been looking for you these past few days. If you run into him again, you won't be as lucky as today, said Lu Qingyi. Hearing this name once more, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Was this person really so terrifying? This wasn't the first time he had heard the people of this world mention this Palace Master Qi Sha. If we fought with our full strength, who would be stronger between you and Palace Master Qi Sha? Asked Ning Chen. Lu Qingyi thought for a moment and said, I've never fought him before, so I don't know. However, he has cultivated for several years longer than me. The current him is already within reach of the human sovereign realm. If we fought at all costs, the final result would be me dying and him being heavily injured. When Ning Chen heard this, the good mood he had from obtaining the heavenly craft spring water immediately vanished without a trace. How could he even catch his breath? One after another came after another. There was no end to it. Thank you for telling me. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Ning Chen cupped his fists and turned to leave. Wait a moment, said Lu Qingyi. Ning Chen turned his head, a trace of vigilance flashing through his brows. This woman wouldn't go back on her word, right? When Lu Qingyi saw the former's expression, a faint anger flashed through her usually calm mind. She said, I've already given you the heavenly craft spring water, so I won't take it back. However, shouldn't you return the rebirth mirror that you took from greed? When Ning Chen heard this, he immediately shook his head. You've already given the reincarnation mirror away, so it belongs to someone else. If I take it back, then it's mine. Lu Qingyi calmly looked at him. After a long time, she said, then you should pray that you can live a little longer. Once you die at the hands of Palace Master Qi Sha, it'll be the same if I take back the reincarnation mirror. After saying this, Lu Qingyi didn't say anything else. She turned and walked into the shattering army palace, disappearing along with it. Seeing the shattering army palace disappear, Ning Chen shook his head and also walked away. On Sunset Mountain, the Pill Martial gathering had reached its final juncture. The wide flat ground in front of the Pill Pagoda was filled with medicinal fragrance. Every now and then, an incredible pill would be born, causing waves of exclamations. Ning Chen returned with the heavenly craft spring water. Under the guidance of a Pill Pagoda disciple, he directly went up to the 21st floor. In front of the pill chamber, Ning Chen knocked on the stone door and respectfully said, "Elder Ji, Jr. by Yujing requests an audience." With a rumbling sound, the stone door opened. A cold voice came from inside. "Come in." Ning Chen walked in. Looking at the woman inside, he politely said, "Elder Ji, Jr. has brought the heavenly craft spring water. I hope Elder can save my senior's life." As he spoke, ripples appeared in the void. Waves of water appeared and swept towards the woman. Seeing this, Ji Furong waved her hand and received the heavenly craft spring water. Her eyes flashed. He had actually brought the heavenly craft spring water. That woman from the Shattering Army Palace was not to be trifled with. She was very clear that other than a human sovereign, no one dared to say that they would have an easy time against that woman. This young man's cultivation seemed to be at the Three Disasters realm. How did he obtain this spring water? Come with me. Since the spring water had been brought back, Ji Furong didn't ask any more questions. She brought him down the Pill Pagoda. There were fewer and fewer people refining pills in front of the Pill Pagoda. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and it looked like rain was about to fall. Ji Furong stood in front of the Pill Pagoda, calmly looking at the few remaining Pill Pagoda disciples and a white-robed youth. The life recovery pill will be finished soon. However, the moment the pill is formed, heavenly tribulation will descend. Whether or not you can protect this pill will depend on your ability, said Ji Furong calmly. Junior understands. Many thanks for the reminder, said Ning Chen. North of the Pill Pagoda, the void shook. A seven-colored figure appeared in the Shattering Army Palace. Looking at the woman in front of him, he asked, "Shattering Army, why did you call me here?" Not far away, Lu Qingyi was wiping Heaven Slash. She indifferently said, "Let me tell you something. Phoenix came here just now." Oh. The figure's aura turned cold. You didn't make him stay. I have no enmity with him. Why would I make him stay? Lu Qingyi calmly raised her head. He killed Greed, said the figure coldly. So what? Greed is just your brother. We're not related. We both have 3 palaces. I gave him the reincarnation mirror to protect himself. That's already the most benevolent thing I could do, said Lu Qingyi indifferently. Did you call me here just to say this? The mysterious man's voice deepened as he asked. No. Lu Qingyi glanced at the 7-colored figure floating in the air. I just wanted to tell you that after killing Phoenix, don't forget to return the reincarnation mirror to me. Humph. The figure coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. His figure dissipated and disappeared. Lu Qingyi put away her Heaven Slash. A faint smile appeared on her delicate face. Between 7 kills and Phoenix, who would be the last to live? She was really looking forward to it. She was clear on 7 kills' strength. However, Phoenix also didn't seem to be easy to deal with. She especially admired his unscrupulous methods. Looking at the current situation, 7 kills was indeed a bit stronger. He had a peerless foundation and a peerless divine weapon. None of these were things that Phoenix could compare to. However, a battle was never a simple comparison of strength. With Phoenix's personality, if he really couldn't beat 7 kills, he would just run away. Phoenix was extremely fast. If he wanted to escape, no one in the world could match him. She was very curious. How would 7 kills kill this person? Sunset Mountain, in front of the Pill Tower. Ning Chen still didn't know that Lu Qingyi had already told Palace Master 7 kills about his appearance. At this moment, his expression was grave as he looked at the empty space in front of him where there were only 3 or 5 people left. In the center was a white-robed youth. He looked more and more tired. He had been completely focused on refining pills for over half a month. His physical strength and willpower had already reached their limits. Bai Chaomu was a peerless genius of the pill tower that was rarely seen in hundreds of years. He wasn't even 20 years old, but he was already able to refine the divine recovery pill that the majority of the pill tower's elders couldn't touch. However, the tribulation of refining the pill was not something that a youth like him could withstand. He's here. At the moment when day and night intersected, Ning Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed as he spoke slowly. Chapter 533. The appearance of the life-returning pill caused the winds and clouds to churn in all directions. Streaks of lightning could be vaguely seen, and the oppressive aura caused the expressions of everyone present to change. At this crucial moment, the white-robed youth suppressed his exhaustion and focused. He didn't dare to be careless. Ning Chen walked over and stood beside him, ready to receive the task of blocking the tribulation at any moment. "Who is that youth? How come I've never seen him before?" asked a disciple from a large sect. "I'm not sure. He should be a new elder from the pill tower. He's too young. The life recovery pill tribulation isn't ordinary. Why would the pill tower send such a young elder to block it? Who knows? Perhaps there's something different about him." The discussions of the crowd did not affect the few people in the open space. Just as the life recovery pill was about to be born, the pills in the cauldrons of the three alchemists were also refined one after another. Thunder clouds rumbled in the horizon. One of them had actually refined a divine pill of the same level, attracting the tribulation of the heavens. Two tribulations appeared in the sky. The sky changed color, and the surging tribulation clouds turned from black to blood red. The expressions of the people below immediately changed. "This is troublesome." The pill tower's elders' expressions sank. The heavenly tribulation's power had increased by more than 10 times. "I'll go." One of the pill tower's elders prepared to step forward. "You can't." Another pill tower elder stopped him. "The more people there are, the more terrifying the tribulation will be. I'd rather destroy these two divine pills than take this risk." "Destroy the pills? Ha, that'll be difficult." Ji Furong sneered. She had spent so much effort to obtain this opportunity. The youth in front of her probably wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. In the clearing in front of the pill tower, Ning Chen frowned slightly upon seeing the tribulation clouds grow stronger. If one was unlucky, even water would get stuck in one's mouth. Boom! When the sun set and night arrived, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the land. Day and night seemed to reverse. The heavenly punishment finally arrived. Ning Chen formed a sword with his fingers and chopped down the lightning from the sky, blocking the first heavenly punishment. "The two of you should focus on refining pills. Don't worry about anything else," said Ning Chen to the two people beside him. "Yes." Bai Chaomu and the other pill tower's disciple nodded and focused on refining pills. The pill tribulations continued, falling down one after another. Ning Chen took a step forward, and the sword intent around him rose endlessly. In the darkness, the red sword light shot into the sky. One turned into two, two turned into four. It was endless, and it forcefully created a pure land in the sky of thunder. "What a powerful youngster. Do you know him?" In front of the pill tower, an elder at the peak of the three disasters asked. "I don't know him." Another pill tower elder shook his head and said, "This is the person that Elder Ji brought here. I have never seen him before." Not far away, Ji Furong quietly looked at the red-clothed young man in front of her. A faint light flashed through her eyes. She had underestimated him before. He just didn't know who the person he wanted to save was, for such a young prodigy to put down his pride and beg in such a humble manner. With the heavenly tribulation blocked, just as everyone thought there wouldn't be any more accidents, a seven-colored illusory figure suddenly appeared in the sky and slammed down a palm. This sudden palm came without any warning. It was outside of everyone's expectations. Ning Chen sensed danger, and without any hesitation, he formed a phoenix origin in his palm to block the descending palm. The ground beneath Ning Chen's feet sank several inches into the ground. Pieces of bluestone cracked open, reaching thousands of zhang away. Boom! Boom! Palace Master 7 kills. Quite a few people recognized him and cried out in shock. Practically everyone on the Heavenly Mansion planet knew the name 7 Kills. The current Palace Master 7 Kills was publicly acknowledged as a peerless heavenly genius. His talent was terrifying, and it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the human sovereign realm. Phoenix, pay with your life for greed. Within the 7-colored light, the illusory figure's palm increased by 30%. A shocking pressure shook the void for 50 miles. Worried about the life recovery pill's safety, Ning Chen forcibly endured the palm's power. His sword condensed into a phoenix flame, and 9 suns soared into the sky. With a bang, the two separated. The 7-colored illusory figure floated in the air, looking at the person in front of him with even greater killing intent. Palace Master 7 Kills, you want to take revenge with just a spiritual sense clone? Aren't you looking down on your opponent too much? A gentle breeze blew in the distance, and a beautiful figure slowly walked over. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her flawless face caused everyone to be absent-minded. The Heavenly Mansion Holy Daughter. In the void, Palace Master Qi Sha recognized the person at a glance and said coldly. The woman walked past the two of them without stopping. She arrived in front of the pill tower and stopped a black-robed elder who had appeared at some point. She calmly said, "Third Tower Master, have you finished refining the soul recovery pill the pill tower promised the Holy Land? It's in the cauldron of that azure-robed disciple behind you." "It should be done quickly," said the black-robed elder. "Many thanks." The Heavenly Palace's Holy Maiden thanked him and then turned to look at the two pill tower's disciples fighting. She unconsciously revealed a trace of iciness. "If the two of you want to kill each other, can you go somewhere else?" Before one wave had even subsided, another wave had arisen. After Palace Master 7 Kills, the Heavenly Palace's Holy Maiden had appeared in the pill tower. They were so shocked that they were momentarily unable to recover from their shock. They didn't understand just what kind of wind was blowing today for these people to be brought here. "So you're all here. I thought I was too early." Just at this moment, an orange-robed figure appeared. She smiled at the 3 people in front of her. "Palace Master Pajun," cried out another person. "Of the 5-star masters, Celestial Minister, Celestial Minister, Celestial Minister, 7 Kills, Pajun, and Tan Lang, other than the already dead Tan Lang and the unfathomable Celestial Minister, the Heavenly Palace, 7 Kills, and Pajun were all gathered in front of the pill tower. "Miss, was it you who leaked my whereabouts?" Ning Chen looked at Palace Master Pajun who had appeared and asked helplessly. A woman's thoughts were truly fickle. Previously, this woman hadn't seemed to have any enmity towards him. He hadn't expected her to leak his whereabouts to Palace Master 7 Kills. "Yes, I am." Lu Qingyi didn't deny it. She nodded. "My reincarnation mirror is still in your hands. I have to find an opportunity to take it back. It's just a mirror." "Miss, you don't need to be so petty." As Ning Chen answered, he was cautious and on guard. 3 of the Ziwei Do had come down at once. In addition, he had killed the greedy wolf. He had met the celestial phenomenon twice, and he had seen all 5 of them. His luck could not be any better. "Pajun, are you here to help?" Amidst the rainbow-colored light, 7 Kills Palace Lord asked. "No, I'm just here to watch the show and take back my reincarnation mirror." Lu Qingyi shook her head. "I don't care about your enmity. But before the soul return pill is refined, no one is allowed to cause trouble here," said the heavenly saintess. The 4 sides confronted each other, and the situation fell into a stalemate. At this moment, the pill was completed, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Thunder rumbled across the horizon, and a terrifying might shook the heavens and the earth. Lightning fell from the sky. It was several meters thick, and it directly struck the two pill furnaces. In that moment of crisis, Ning Chen no longer cared about the three of them. He flashed in front of them, his phoenix essence rising. His sword chi shot out to block the tribulation lightning. Hong Yi was forced back half a step, forcibly withstanding the destructive tribulation lightning. 7 Kills snorted and took a step forward. Palace Master 7 Kills' body was filled with killing intent. Ning Chen once more summoned his reincarnation mirror to block. But at the same time, a beautiful figure arrived, and a powerful palm forced Palace Master 7 Kills back. Heavenly Saintess, are you going to help this person? Asked Palace Master 7 Kills. I just said that I don't care about your enmity. But before the medicinal pill is refined, no one is allowed to cause trouble here, said the Heavenly Saintess. Boom! The tribulation clouds in the sky continued to roar. In the next moment, another bolt of lightning descended. The crimson lightning tore through the 9 heavens, and the entire sky seemed to be about to collapse. Those with weaker cultivations were immediately shaken by this terrifying pressure, and their blood vessels churned. Since she had entered the tribulation alone, the Heavenly Saintess didn't want to incur the wrath of the heavens. She stood outside the tribulation and calmly watched. If something happened, she would take action. Under the tribulation lightning, Ning Chen's expression was grave. His cultivation base in the sword erupted, and a boundless sword pressure filled heaven and earth. It transformed into a heaven-severing sword that welcomed the tribulation lightning. Rumbling sounds could be heard as heaven and earth were overturned. The shockwaves rippled outwards. The terrifying scene made everyone tremble. What an incredible youngster, muttered Ji Furong in front of the pill tower. For someone with the cultivation base of the first calamity to have such shocking sword skills was hard to explain. A swordsman without a sword. How rare. Not far away, Lo Qingyi was watching the show while provoking a certain person. Within the heavenly tribulation, Ning Chen heard her words, but he ignored her. This woman was just enjoying the show. She was just bored. In front of the pill tower, the black-robed elder also noticed this strange situation. He waved his hand, and a ray of light flew out of the pill tower. The humming of a sword resounded throughout heaven and earth. Youngster, I'll lend it to you for a moment. Once you're done with your tribulation, return it to me. Many thanks. Ning Chen leaped forward, grabbing the tip of his black sword. He didn't have time to say anything else. He once more swung his sword to block the tribulation lightning. With his sword in hand, knowing Destiny's aura was clearly different from before. His entire body was like a sword, so sharp that it was difficult to look at him directly. Sky Severing. Sky Severing appeared once more, but this time, its power was completely different. A sword mist several hundred meters long tore through space and landed on the tribulation clouds. With a heaven-shaking rumble, the lightning in the sky trembled before rapidly dissipating. The divine pill tribulation vanished. When Ning Chen's figure landed, he looked at the life-returning pill in the young man's furnace. His eyes flashed with gratification. He had finally succeeded. His hard work had not been in vain. Senior, I'll return your sword to you. Many thanks. Ning Chen glanced at the sword in his hand and reluctantly returned it. Such a good sword. Unfortunately, it wasn't his. The black-robed elder nodded and waved his hand, returning the sword to the pill tower. This brat was not bad. A nobleman loved the sword and cherished it. Only then could he prove that the sword was above the sword. It was no coincidence that this youngster had such shocking sword skills. The life recovery pill has been refined. Hurry up and take it. At this moment, Ji Furong glanced at the 7-colored figure floating in the sky and transmitted a reminder to a certain person. Chapter 534. The previous deadlock was instantly broken. The heavenly saintess walked over to the azure-robed disciple, wanting to take the soul recovery pill. At this moment, Red Robe flashed by at an extremely fast speed. Before the people present could react, the resurrection elixir and the soul reincarnation elixir disappeared before their eyes. How arrogant! The heavenly saintess' expression immediately turned cold. She flashed and slammed her palm over. Ning Chen retreated dozens of meters. Looking at the soul recovery pill in his hand, a strange light appeared in his eyes. He had heard of this kind of medicinal pill. It seemed to have the effect of restoring the 3 spiritual souls. To tell the truth, he really needed it. Not far away, Lo Chunyi watched with interest. Was this person's head broken? There was already a powerful enemy in front of him, but he still dared to make more enemies. With the 7 Kills Palace's master and the heavenly saintess joining hands, even with his phoenix's speed, he wouldn't be able to escape. In front of the pill tower, when the black-robed old man saw this scene, an inexplicable smile appeared on his calm face. Little fellow, if you kill one of the heavenly saintess, Pajuan, and 7 kills, not only will I give you the soul recovery pill, but I'll also give you that sword. Oh. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the elder in front of the pill tower. This old man wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. The pill tower was a hegemon in the north, while the heavenly saintess was in the south. It was normal for the pill tower to feel threatened. The reason the pill tower wanted to kill Pajuan was even simpler. It was the heavenly craft spring water. As for 7 kills, such a peerless genius was no small threat to any power. They couldn't casually provoke him. However, if there was someone to do it for them, many people would laugh in their dreams. Old men who didn't die were monsters. None of these old fellows from the pill tower were easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Ning Chen was on guard against the 3 of them. He also sent a transmission back, saying, "Senior, I don't have a sword right now, so I can't kill any of them. How about you give me the sword first? I'll do my best to kill one and get one free." After saying that, Ning Chen looked at the heavenly saintess and transmitted, "Saintess, that old fellow in front of the pill tower wants to kill you. He was the one who told me to take the medicinal pill. Otherwise, how would I dare provoke a sacred land in the current situation?" When the heavenly saintess heard that, she squinted her beautiful eyes. She didn't fully believe it, but she didn't doubt it either. The relationship between the pill tower and the heavenly sanctum Holy Land wasn't as harmonious as it seemed. It wasn't strange for the pill tower's 3rd tower master to want to borrow a knife to kill someone. However, this young man wasn't someone who could be easily used. 200 miles east of here, I will arrange for someone to deliver the sword to you. The quality of the sword is ordinary, but it's enough for now. Once the matter is over, I will keep my promise and give you the sword in the pagoda," said the black-robed elder. "Senior, you really are a good person. Junior wishes you a peaceful life and a long life." After he finished speaking, Ning Chen stomped his foot and turned around to run. His speed was so swift that it caused everyone present to be flabbergasted. "Holy Maiden, the pill tower's people are delivering swords 200 miles to the east of this place. Holy Maiden, you'll know if I'm telling the truth once you follow them." Before he could finish his voice transmission, he was already gone. The heavenly palace's holy daughter's expression turned cold as she quickly chased after him. The 7 murders divine sense clone in the air also turned into a streak of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the 3 of them left, Lo Chunyi turned to look at the pill tower's heads. She faintly smiled and followed after them. These old fellows really did know how to live. Watching them leave, the black-robed elder walked back into the pagoda. After several steps, he reached the 32nd floor. "East Patrol, there's a red-robed youth heading your way. Give him a sword," said the black-robed elder indifferently. "Yes." An elderly voice rang out from the sky. After that, he didn't say anything else. East of the Sunset Mountains, a red light flashed past the foot of a mountain range. At this moment, the void swirled, and a red sword fell from the sky, stabbing into the ground. Ning Chen took a step forward and gripped his sword, no longer running. In the next moment, 3 figures arrived one after the other. They looked at the young man in front of them with different expressions. Lu Qingyi, who was the last to arrive, was still happy to watch the show. If she had the chance, she would take back her reincarnation mirror. As for helping, she wasn't interested in that. As for the other 2, they were not as calm. Their eyes flashed with brilliance as they each had their own thoughts. Saintess, let's work together to kill him. I'll take revenge for my younger brother, and you can take back your medicinal pill, said the 7 Kills Palace Master coldly. Ning Chen took out the soul recovery pill and said, this thing will break with just a pinch. It's very weak, so it's hard to avoid bumping into it during a fight. If it's missing, I hope you won't blame me. The heavenly saintess watched for a moment before turning and walking to the side. She calmly said, 7 kills, I have no interest in your grudges. However, I'll warn you. If you lose the soul recovery pill, you will face the sacred land's merciless fury. 7 kills, what do I have to fear? The 5-colored figure sneered. He no longer expected them to work together. He took a step forward, and multicolored light surged from his body. With a flip of his palm, he opened a path to the yellow springs. Ning Chen raised his sword to block. He didn't retreat. With a loud bang, the mountain rocks crumbled and rolled down the mountain. Saintess, aren't you going to help? Asked Lu Qingyi. The price is too high. It's not worth it, said the heavenly saintess. Are you talking about the soul recovery pill? If it breaks, we can just find the pill tower to refine it, said Lu Qingyi. The heavenly saintess looked at Lu Qingyi and said, Palace Master Pajun, if you want to kill that person so badly, you can go and help yourself. Heh. Lu Qingyi smiled. I don't like killing people. I only came to take back my reincarnation mirror. Such a small matter isn't worth fighting over. Since you're not willing to help, then let's just wait for the result of this battle. The heavenly palace's holy maiden said. She looked ahead and stopped talking. Lu Qingyi also didn't say anything. She just watched the 2 of them fight, her lips curling up. The phoenix wasn't so easy to kill, especially when she was someone who would do anything. If there wasn't a need, they wouldn't provoke her. The heavenly saintess wasn't a mediocre person. She should know better than anyone else. As for the soul recovery pill, as long as there was nothing wrong with the phoenix's head, it wouldn't be damaged in the slightest. Now, let's see if Qi Sha really had the ability to get rid of the phoenix and avenge Tan Lang. In front of the mountain, Knowing Ming and Qi Sha started their battle. One stood at the peak of sword mastery, the other stood at the top of the younger generation. Their palms and swords clashed, causing shockwaves to spread out. With a sword in hand, Knowing Ming's strength was clearly different from before. His every move was filled with killing intent. In the past, Knowing Ming was still a beginner in sword mastery. In front of the chaotic sea of fog at the end of the world, he looked at the invincible legend of Desolate City waiting for a sword that he didn't know existed. He was very puzzled and asked, when the sword reaches the peak, can't anything be a sword? At that time, Knowing Ming thought that his words were very profound, very accomplished, and very philosophical. He didn't expect that as soon as he spoke, Mu Bai would look at him like he was an idiot. Back then, Mu Bai's words were still fresh in his ears. Who taught you such nonsense? A sword is a sword. Nothing can replace it. Since then, Knowing Ming understood that a swordsman without a sword couldn't be called a swordsman at all. A swordsman and a sword had always been inseparable. Now, Knowing Ming had reached the peak of sword mastery and was not far away from becoming the only one. He had a deeper understanding of Mu Bai's words. Only then did he realize how naive his understanding was. The sword was the only one, the only one in 100 weapons. It was also an indispensable weapon for a swordsman to become the only one. It was irreplaceable. Sword, return to the truth. The sword style returned to the truth. Thousands of sword intents condensed into one sword. In the silent void, time seemed to have stopped. Words, the law. Outside the battle, Lu Qingyi and the heavenly saintess were stunned. They had never heard of the law in the sword. When the sword appeared, thousands of autumns and hundreds of generations turned into nothingness. The unparalleled sword cut through the void, cut through time, and the world within 100 miles disappeared silently. After a short moment of silence, there was a terrifying tremor as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The mountains collapsed and stones fell like rain. When the two came back to their senses, Hongyi had already passed. Behind her, the seven-colored phantom gradually disappeared. 7 killing spirit clone had been defeated. What a pity. Lu Qingyi's expression was filled with regret. It seemed she would have to wait a while before she could return to the reincarnation mirror. Extremely far away, in the lofty and majestic 7 Kills Palace, at the moment the divine sense clone dissipated, a pair of icy cold eyes suddenly opened, and killing intent surged out, becoming more and more shocking. What a peak of sword mastery! He would remember this defeat. At the foot of Sunset Mountain, Ning Chen raised his sword and walked towards Lu Qingyi. His expression was calm without any emotion. Killing each other? I'll accompany you. Lu Qingyi's lips curled and she summoned Heaven Slash. Ah, you're overthinking it. I just wanted to thank you for the heavenly craft spring water, said Ning Chen with a smile. His expression changed faster than flipping a book. There's no need to thank me. Just return the reincarnation mirror to me, said Lu Qingyi. It's just a mirror. If you keep thinking about it, wouldn't it make you seem petty? Ning Chen didn't even blush. Ah, I hope you can live for a few more days. This time, 7 Killing only sent a spirit clone. Next time, his true body will personally come, said Lu Qingyi calmly. Many thanks for your concern. But who knows what will happen in the future? Ning Chen smiled. That's reasonable. Lu Qingyi responded and turned to head north. If you can kill 7 Killing, I don't mind giving you that mirror. But that possibility is almost zero. With that, Orange Robe disappeared, leaving only the echoes of her words in his ears. He's already gone. Can you return the soul recovery pill to me now? Asked the heavenly saintess, who had been silent this entire time. Returning it is difficult. Before she had even finished speaking, a sword flashed past. Sharp killing light chased after her soul. The heavenly saintess' expression turned cold. Her slender hand blocked that sword light. A huge explosion rang out as palm and sword collided. In the distance, the black-robed elder was calmly watching the battle from the top of the pill tower. His eyes flashed with a faint light. He liked greedy people the most. That way, the pill tower could use them. Chapter 535. 100 miles to the east of the pill tower, the swordsman and the heavenly palace's holy maiden began their battle. Ji Ming's sudden attack was completely unreasonable. The heavenly palace's holy maiden was momentarily suppressed, unable to gain the upper hand. Sword style, sky severing. Sword style, heavenly fall. Strong moves destroyed one move after another. Everywhere they passed, mountains collapsed and the earth caved in, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The heavenly palace's holy maiden finally showed anger after being suppressed. She waved her hand and a green zither appeared. She plucked the strings and a sword case appeared out of thin air. 2 sword lights flew out of the sword case and attacked the former. Seeing this, Ning Chen waved his sword to block the 2 attacks. With a loud vibration, the 2 attacks were blocked. However, Xianing continued to rush through and added to her phoenix body. Retreat. With a muffled snort, Ning Chen took half a step back. He no longer wanted to fight and used the momentum to flee. You want to leave? The Heavenly Palace's holy maiden sneered. Her figure vanished, and she chased after him. The two of them shot through the night like two dazzling rays of light. They were like falling stars, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 1,000 miles away, the phoenix stopped. Seeing the two sword lights shooting toward her, she calmly swung her scarlet sword to block them. Saintess, can we stop now and have a good talk? Ning Chen shook off the two swords and asked. The Heavenly Palace's holy maiden narrowed her eyes and icily asked, what do you mean? Walls have ears. Since the Pill Tower sent me to that place to get my sword, they must have seen our every move. If I didn't put on a show for them, wouldn't it be a waste of the Pill Tower's good intentions? Said Ning Chen calmly. What is your goal? The Heavenly Palace's holy maiden waved her hand, putting away the zither and sword box. I don't have any goal. I just don't want to be used by others. If I had any other goal, it would just be to have one more friend and one more way out, said Ning Chen seriously. The Heavenly Palace's holy maiden looked at him. A moment later, she indifferently said, Soul Return Pill. Ning Chen waved his right hand, and a violet medicinal pill appeared. He immediately handed it to her. Holy Maiden, can this pill restore your 3 spiritual souls? Asked Ning Chen. Yes. The Heavenly Abode's holy daughter put away the medicinal pill. Her wariness had dropped significantly as she nodded. I still have some questions. I hope the Holy Maiden can answer them, Ning Chen said sincerely. Speak, said the Holy Maiden calmly. Can the Pill Tower's medicinal pills bring the dead back to life? Impossible. Is there a legend of the Jade Lake on the Tianfu planet? No. An immortal palanquin has arrived on the Tianfu planet. Holy Maiden, do you know about it? Hearing the last question, the Heavenly Palace's Holy Maiden fell silent. After a long time, she asked, how do you know about this? I found out by chance, Ning Chen replied casually. When the Heavenly Saintess heard this, she didn't ask any more questions. She said calmly, the palanquin did appear. The last time someone saw it was in the direction of Jiaxing Mountain from Chi Hui City. After Ning Chen finished listening, he remembered the 2 places in his heart. He then cupped his fists and thanked her, many thanks for the information, Holy Maiden. Please be careful of the Pill Tower. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Until we meet again. The Heavenly Saintess nodded and walked away. With a gust of wind, she disappeared without a trace. Seeing her leave, Ning Chen helplessly shook his head. The successors of these large sects were truly extraordinary. They had countless cultivation techniques and secret arts. Dealing with any one of them wouldn't be easy. The Pill Tower's 3rd Tower Master's conditions were truly enticing. That sword was also extraordinary. However, a sword wasn't enough to make him lose his rationality. The Heavenly Palace sacred land was different from other places. It was a true colossus. Who knew how many chosen overseeing it? It was even more terrifying than the Pill Tower. Provoking it for no reason wasn't worth the losses. Now that he had obtained the life recovery pill, the most important thing was to wake up the Alcade King. Then he would continue searching for the palanquin. The immortal corpse had existed since ancient times. He still didn't understand why the person within it was the ghost woman. The other thing was that he still had quite a bit of heavenly craft spring water. This spring water could be used to water the undying immortality peach tree. Chirp. Just as Ning Chen was thinking about this, the cry of a vermilion bird rang out in the sky. A faintly discernible fiery red figure appeared. Ning Chen raised his head and frowned. This vermilion bird seemed to have been following him the entire time. It was truly quite troublesome. Ning Chen leaped into the sky. A sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed through the sky. The vermilion bird cried out and transformed into a red-robed figure. Its figure flashed, dodging the sword light. "How long are you going to follow me?" asked Ning Chen as he looked at the figure that looked exactly like him. "Until the day I can replace you," said the vermilion bird calmly. "Do you think you can do that?" Ning Chen instantly appeared in front of it. His sword was merciless. The vermilion bird waved its hand, and red feathers gathered on its wings. A divine flame sword, condensing into a strange red sword. With a clang, it blocked Ning Chen's sword. The two swords clashed, and light scattered. The same sword, the same figure, and the same sword path. It was like a mirror image that made it impossible to tell the real from the fake. "Why?" Ning Chen asked coldly as he pushed back the person in front of him with his sword. "Because between the phoenix and the sparrow, only one can live. Either I devour you, or you kill me." The vermilion bird took 3 steps back and stabilized itself. How boring. Ning Chen didn't want to get tangled up with this. The phoenix origin on his sword. He wanted to end this tangled karma in one strike. The vermilion bird looked at the sword, and in an instant, it disappeared. The secret technique used to reappear was extremely strange. Ning Chen withdrew his move and looked at the red figure that had disappeared. He frowned. The vermilion bird's secret technique really gave him a headache. Also, why was the vermilion bird able to learn his moves? Was it related to the fact that it had devoured his blood in the previous battle? In the Central Plains' northern plains, the venerated woman descended. She looked at the valley in front of her and walked in. At this moment, the void stirred, and a celestial figure appeared in the snow. A red harp that was half the height of her body appeared. A beautiful figure appeared in front of the harp. Her delicate hands plucked the harp, and celestial music echoed through the wind and snow. "Venerated one, the heavenly music pavilion doesn't receive guests." "Please wait a moment," said Wu Qingying softly. "I've come to request an audience with the heavenly music pavilion's master," said the venerated woman calmly. Wu Qingying shook her head. "I'm sorry, but the pavilion master isn't seeing anyone right now." "Then I'll have to offend you." The venerated woman raised her hand, and the wind and snow stopped. She walked forward step by step. Wu Qingying's expression became serious. Her delicate hands plucked the harp, and red ripples spread through the valley. Celestial and devilish music echoed, wanting to stop the venerated woman. Azura. The 6 sins harp demon entered her body, and Wu Qingying's gentle expression instantly turned ice-cold. Her delicate hands dripped with blood, and the harp strings were dyed red. 4 strings plucked, and terrifying ripples spread out. Snowflakes filled the sky once more. The venerated woman was unmoved. She continued walking forward step by step. "Evil ghost, open the door." The venerated woman couldn't resist. Wu Qingying's hairpin shattered, and her hair danced wildly. Her hands plucked 5 strings, and blood splashed. The harp demon soared, and a destructive harp sound echoed through the sky. The venerated woman didn't stop. Her protective true yuan circulated, and the surging 6 sins harp demon's harp sound dissipated. Evil ghosts couldn't stop the venerated woman's path. Wu Qingying sighed. The harp demon devoured her body, and her hands were dripping with blood. She used her blood as the harp strings, and the venerated woman appeared once more. There is no Tao in the human world, and all living souls are lost. In that instant of silence, the demonic figure's 6 fingers stroked the guqin. The heavens and the earth seemed to be in a blur for a moment. In the next moment, a frenzied red wave rushed out from the guqin. The terrifying guqin demon destroyed everything in its path. That last move wasn't bad. The venerated woman nodded. She flipped her hand, and the harp sound stopped. The world returned to normal. Ugh! The harp demon counterattacked. Wu Qingying groaned and coughed up blood, dyeing the snow in front of her red. "Woman, don't you think you've gone too far by injuring my disciple in the heavenly Sound Valley?" As she spoke, the wind and snow fell. She was wearing incomparably gorgeous clothes, but it didn't seem exaggerated at all. Instead, it made her seem indescribably noble. "Tian, you are finally willing to come out," the venerated woman said calmly as she looked at the person in front of her. "Changling's female supreme, why have you come to my heavenly sound pavilion?" the heavenly sound pavilion master said coolly. "I have come to ask you to save someone," the venerated woman said seriously. Hearing this, a strange look flashed through the heavenly sound pavilion master's eyes. It was strange that the Changling female supreme would come to ask her for help for someone else's life. "Who is it?" "Him." The venerated woman waved her hand. A white figure appeared in front of her. His eyes were closed, and his hair was half black and half white. The heavenly sound pavilion master looked and narrowed her eyes. She said, "He is so young, but his lifespan is almost used up. It seems that he did something stupid to use up his lifespan. Tian, save him." "I owe you a favor," the venerated woman said seriously. "Oh." Hearing the venerated woman's words, the heavenly sound pavilion master's eyes grew. She said, "Who is he that you are willing to pay such a great price?" "A friend," the venerated woman said calmly. The Western Buddha taboo, the Changling female supreme, has friends. How ironic. The heavenly sound pavilion master sneered. "Tian, to you, saving him is just a matter of lifting a hand. Please reconsider," the venerated woman pleaded again. "Not saving him." The heavenly sound pavilion master turned around, her hands behind her back. Hearing this, coldness flashed through the venerated woman's eyes. Her little patience gradually disappeared. The Western Buddha taboo was never a person to be submissive. At the same time, in an unfamiliar space behind the heavenly sound pavilion, in front of the heavenly sound Tao millstone, the blood-covered figure was still pushing the millstone, day after day, year after year. Suddenly, a familiar feeling rose in her heart, pulling out the chaotic memory fragments. At this moment, a strange light rose. The grand indifference cleansed her body again. Ugh! With a painful grunt, her hair shot up. A powerful presence scattered the spinning heavenly sound Tao millstone and broke the chains around her collarbone. The millstone changed. The entire heavenly sound valley shook. In the valley, Wuxia and the heavenly sound pavilion master's expressions turned serious. "It's the sound domain." Mu Qingxue scattered the millstone, Wuxia said in shock. "Let's go." The heavenly sound pavilion master waved her hand. The two figures turned into flowing lights and rushed towards the sound domain behind the heavenly sound pavilion. Mu Qingxue. The venerated woman's eyes narrowed. She stepped forward and followed. Why was she here? Chapter 536. In a strange space behind the heavenly music pavilion, the scattered heavenly music Tao mill floated in the air. Mu Qingxue's energy was messy and his hair danced in the wind. At this moment, the space twisted and two figures appeared. The leader of the heavenly music pavilion looked at the scattered heavenly music Tao mill with a serious expression. She turned her palm and gathered her essence, guiding the heavenly music Tao mill back to its original position. Heart-devouring Taisheng. Wu Qingying noticed Mu Qingxue's chaotic energy. She waved her hand and the Liuya zither appeared. She plucked the strings and a celestial sound appeared, stabilizing Mu Qingxue's injuries. However, the moment the celestial sound entered Mu Qingxue's body, the light around him became stronger and the heart-devouring force spread even faster. How can this be? Wu Qingying's expression changed and she was shocked. At this moment of crisis, the female supreme appeared and stepped forward. She gathered her true essence and poured it into Mu Qingxue's body. The Taisheng indifference's shocking power was fighting against the supreme force. It couldn't be suppressed in a short time. The female supreme's eyes dimmed and she used more of her true essence to seal Mu Qingshue's meridians and stop the Taishang indifference from spreading. After a long while, the female supreme stopped. She didn't look very good. Are these people from the Eastern Divine Land crazy? The power in their bodies had already exceeded their limits. The Marquis of Jiming and Xia Zi were like this, and now Mu Qingxue was also like this. She didn't see the battle of blasphemy in the Qizhou Mountains with her own eyes. She only knew that the Marquis of Jiming used the forbidden technique of the life scroll to break the sea of qi of the seven ultimate divine body of the Pluto King. After that battle, the Jiming body was destroyed and Xia Zi's demonization sped up. You know this woman, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master said lightly. Yes, but it's the first time we've met, the female supreme replied. While they were talking, Mu Qingxue slowly opened his eyes. He looked past the female supreme and saw the figure in plain clothes floating behind him. Mu Qingxue, why are you here? The female supreme asked seriously. Hearing the question, Mu Qingxue looked over and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, what's wrong with him? His lifespan, the female supreme sighed and said. He should still have 30 years of lifespan left. How could it be used up so quickly? Coldness flashed in Mu Qingxue's eyes. It's a long story. I came here to ask the master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion to extend his life. Why are you here? Asked the female head. Same goal as supremacy. With that, Mu Qingxue looked at the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master and said, Pavilion Master, I've already promised you to push the sound mill. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. As you wish. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master nodded. As she waved her hand, the sound of the Great Path resonated between heaven and earth. The sound of the Great Path descended from heaven and cleansed the dry body of the knowing destiny state. 100 years in the human world passed in the blink of an eye. In the past, in order to cultivate the forbidden technique, the knowing destiny state borrowed 100 years of foundation from the heavens. His lifespan was almost exhausted. Today, with the cleansing of the Tao sound, he gradually recovered. His white hair turned black, and his lifespan returned to his body. Knowing destiny restored his vitality. 100 years of time reconstructed his mortal body. A long time later, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master stopped. Exhaustion flashed across her face. She said, I've already helped him regain 100 years of lifespan. Mu Qingxue, I've done what you asked. Including the punishment of scattering the sound mill today, you can't go anywhere for the next 100 years. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Mu Qingxue nodded. His expression did not change much. He bowed and said softly. Treasure your last bit of freedom. Qingying, let's leave first. With that, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master left with Wu Qingying, leaving space for the three of them. Supremacy, you can tell me the reason now, said Mu Qingxue. The female supreme nodded and explained the deal in detail. I was too impatient. I used Changling's forbidden formation to speed up the flow of time. I wanted to help him cultivate the revival scroll quickly, but I didn't expect his lifespan to double. After his cultivation technique was removed, he has been unconscious, the female supreme said apologetically. Does the phoenix body know about this? Asked Mu Qingxue. I don't know. The phoenix body has been looking for a way to revive the ghost girl. There has been no news for a long time, the female supreme answered simply. But she did not say that the phoenix body had entered the demonic will see. If nothing happened to the main body, it meant that the phoenix body was still alive. Saying it would only make this woman worry. I've asked the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master. She can't revive the dead. I can't help him with the ghost girl, said Mu Qingxue softly. Is it worth it to sacrifice so much for him? The female supreme looked at the woman in front of her and asked seriously. It's not worth it, replied Mu Qingxue. According to the supreme emotion body in your body just now, your memory should not have recovered. I want to know why you chose this path, the female supreme asked, puzzled. Desolate city needs a Khanate. Mu Qingxue was silent for a moment before answering. That was the most chaotic time in the divine prefecture. It was also the most difficult time for Desolate City. The Grand Xia was at its peak, Fan Lingyue was the ruler of the world, and Yongye was eyeing it covetously. Only Desolate City did not have a Khanate. Her uncle existed more for the sake of the sword. He did not care too much about the affairs of the mortal world. She had no choice but to enter the Khanate realm as soon as possible. Do you regret it? Asked the female supreme. No. Mu Qingxue shook his head. Hearing this, the female supreme sighed inwardly and did not ask any more questions. The two most suitable people had met at the right place at the right time. But they had walked on different paths. The word fate was always like this. I'm going to take him away. Take care of yourself for the next 100 years, said the female supreme. Mu Qingxue nodded. He waved his hand and handed over a pure white saber. The 4 extremities have been sealed. When he wakes up, please return the remembrance saber to him. Also, there's no need to tell him I'm here. The female supreme put away the remembrance saber. Without saying anything, she turned and left with the unconscious Su Yi. Looking at the disappearing Su Yi, a gentle smile appeared on Mu Qingxue's face. At least, she had made the right choice this time. In an instant, the power of the Taishang's backlash attacked again. Drops of blood flowed down silently, dyeing the white robe red. In the heavenly sound valley, the female supreme turned back and took one last look behind her. Then, she walked away. Perhaps, when Mu Qingxue chose the Taishang's indifference, their fate was broken. No matter how much he tried to make up for it, it was already too late. When it came to love, there was no right or wrong. Whether it was Mu Qingxue, Ji Ming, or the ghost girl who had already passed away, when they were giving their love, all they thought about was to let the other party live a better life. Ji Ming's heart might have been moved by true love. However, there was Rakshasa. For him, Rakshasa did not hesitate to return from the prosperous mortal world to hell and sleep in the darkness. This kind of love was too heavy. Ji Ming could not bear any more love in his life. In the sound domain, the heavenly sound pavilion's master appeared. Looking at the woman covered in blood, she said calmly, Mu Qingxue, your fate with the mortal world is over. It's time to continue the sound mill. Although 100 years is long and difficult, with the baptism of the great Tao, you won't waste it. Mu Qingxue nodded and returned to the sound mill. In the next moment, 2 iron chains fell from the void and pierced through his shoulder blades, staining them with blood. 100 years in the mortal world, the dawn and dusk of life. When one looked back, their hair might have turned into snow. In the Eastern Divine Prefecture, the imperial palace of the barbarian dynasty. Red Candle looked at the beautiful figure in the mirror and carefully dressed her. The most beautiful pearl of the barbarian dynasty was pure and flawless. Even the picky Zhangsun was very satisfied. Perhaps, the first person Ji Ming met was a man. Then, there would not be so many obstacles later. However, there were no ifs in the world. The will of the heavens was never predictable. Princess, Northern Meng and Great Xia might be at war again, Red Candle said softly as she dressed her princess. Or Mingyue. A man didn't understand. When Red Candle heard these 2 names, she didn't immediately react. A moment later, she recovered and continued, it's the Great Xia Emperor. The reason seems to be that the Emperor of Northern Meng hasn't appeared in a long time. Many people are saying that something has happened to him. Thus, the Great Xia Emperor took the opportunity to send his troops back to Yangue City. If the Emperor of Northern Meng doesn't respond, the 2 dynasties might start fighting again. Hearing this, a man stood up. A trace of unhappiness flashed across her pretty face. Isn't obedient. Princess, you haven't finished dressing. Where are you going? Seeing that the princess was about to leave, Red Candle hurriedly pulled her back. I'm going to the Great Xia, replied Ah Man. When Red Zhu heard this, she was shocked. What was the princess thinking? Princess, why are you going to the Great Xia? Asked Red Candle urgently. Fighting is not good. I won't let fight, said Ah Man, princess. Red Candle bitterly smiled. The Great Xia Emperor is no longer the child he was back then. Princess, you can't stop the important matters of the dynasty. Ah Man thought about it. That made sense. She walked over to a table and took her sword. She earnestly said, if he doesn't listen, I'll beat him. Red Candle felt a headache coming on. She gave a maid a look, telling her to quickly call the king over. The maid accepted the order and hurried to the front of the palace. Not long after, the current barbarian king, who was also the former crown prince, rushed over in a panic. Seeing his ancestor about to leave, he immediately advised, Ah Man, let's not worry about the matter between the Great Xia and Northern Meng. It's good that they're fighting. Perhaps we'll be able to take advantage of the situation to send out troops and gain some benefits. Ah Man immediately became angry. She reached out and patted his head. You're not allowed to send out troops. You're not allowed to fight. Before she could even finish speaking, a majestic figure appeared and sent the crown prince flying with a kick. He angrily said, all you know is to fight. Go back and deal with your memorials. Yes. Now that he had appeared, the crown prince didn't dare to stay any longer. He dejectedly returned. What is it, Ah Man? Don't be angry. That little fellow from the Great Xia has grown up. He'll definitely want to expand his territory. As long as he doesn't provoke us, we don't have to worry about it, advised the barbarian king gently. Is being disobedient. I want to beat him. Ah Man waved her sword. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Great Xia dynasty, Xia Qi, who was feeling smug and thinking about expanding his territory, suddenly shivered. He couldn't help but look left and right. What's going on? Why does this frightening feeling feel so similar to when Master wanted to beat me up? My emperor, the spies we sent to Northern Meng have returned. Ever since the Northern Meng emperor used the excuse of going south to leave the palace, he has indeed disappeared for nearly a year. He hasn't returned to the palace. A shadow dragon guard appeared and knelt. Good. Hearing this, Xia Qi immediately stood up. He could no longer conceal the excitement in his eyes. Chapter 537. On the heavenly mansion planet, 1,000 miles east of the Pill Tower, a red-robed figure stood in front of a large waterfall. The undying immortality peach tree swayed in the wind, and spring water flew out of the cauldron and poured into the immortal tree. 1 day, 2 days. Half a month passed, but the undying immortality peach tree still showed no signs of recovering. The mortal world's water couldn't bring the immortal tree back to life. Ning Chen's eyes dimmed. However, after being disappointed so many times, he had learned to accept it. The phoenix shadow appeared and swallowed the immortality peach tree back into its stomach. Ning Chen took out a datura flower seed and threw it into the spring water. In the next moment, the datura flower grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black Buddhist flower bloomed, strange and enchanting. Datura flower. Just at this moment, a white-robed figure walked over and looked at the blooming Buddhist flower. Senior Alcade, you're awake. Ning Chen came back to his senses and looked at the white-robed Alcade king. Yes. It's been hard on you these days, said the Alcade king. It's nothing, said Ning Chen. This doesn't seem to be the Central Plains, said the Alcade king. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. After leaving the immortal palace, I was accidentally brought to the heavens beyond heaven. This is indeed not the central plains, but the heavenly mansion planet. The heavenly mansion planet, muttered the Alcade king. So they were already far away in the heavens beyond heaven. Ning Chen gave a detailed explanation of how he had arrived here. He didn't know how far this place was from the 5 regions. The starry sky was vast, and there were too many starfields and planets. It wouldn't be easy to return. What's your name? Why did you enter the demonic Wuxia? Asked the Alcade king after listening to him. Ning Chen. Ning Chen softly replied, I had no choice but to enter the demonic Wuxia. However, it was unavoidable. One day earlier is one day later. Tell me the details, said the Alcade king with a frown. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment before giving a simple explanation of what had happened. Were there people from the Alcade dynasty among those people? Asked the Alcade king coldly. I'm not sure. Ning Chen shook his head, not willing to talk about this topic. Senior Alcade, I'm going to Jiaxing Mountain to continue searching for the palanquin. You just woke up, and your body's still of your body, so you should stay here and properly recover. The Alcade king nodded and said, be careful. Ning Chen smiled and nodded. He waved his hand to put away the green cauldron and walked away. As he watched the young man disappear into the distance, the Alcade monarch's calm eyes flashed with emotion. Although this young man wasn't willing to talk about what had happened that day, it wasn't hard to guess how dangerous it had been. There was no road to heaven and no door to hell. Perhaps, in the midst of despair, there was also a deep disappointment towards the people of the world. The great Xia Jiming Marquis had become a legend of the 5 regions at such a young age. The hardships of his journey were also unimaginable. Devil? It was merely a righteous excuse for the various sects in the world to justify their actions. How could a devil who had never harmed the human world be called a devil? Outside Qi Hui City, Red Shirt materialized. Looking at Jiaxing Mountain in the distance, he walked forward step by step. According to the heavenly saintess, the palanquin should have gone in that direction. Hopefully, they would be able to find traces of the ghost girl. As the sun traveled west, thin clouds covered the sky. The sunlight shone down on the earth, bringing with it a faint warmth. As the red clothes walked past, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. In front of Jiaxing Mountain, Ning Chen stopped and looked up. His figure flashed out again, quickly ascending the mountain. The continuous and majestic mountain range was at least 1,000 feet high and hundreds of miles wide. There was no end in sight. Ning Chen walked all the way into the depths of the mountain range. In a place where there were no traces of humans, he could only see intertwining vines and towering ancient trees. This is... A temple appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Ning Chen quickly walked forward. The temple was built of stone and had been through a lot. Under the erosion of wind and frost, it was gradually showing signs of turning into dust. Ning Chen walked in and saw the statue of the god worshipped in the temple. His eyes narrowed unconsciously. Pluto. The god's face was flawless, noble and holy. His eyes looked down on the world with disdain, without the slightest trace of human emotion. Even though it was just a statue, it made those who looked up feel deeply insignificant. The people of the world didn't know about Pluto, but the great Xia Jiming Marquis, who had fought with the Master of 7 Ultimate Heaven, was very familiar with him. That was why he was so shocked to see the statue of Pluto here. God! Ning Chen whispered. After experiencing so many things, he gradually understood why the god who had spent so much effort to create the 5 regions would come to the world twice and destroy the world. In the long years, perhaps the god's patience had been worn away by the ugliness of the world. Ning Chen waited in the temple for 7 days. There was only one strange place in this place. If the celestial sedan chair came, it should be here. 7 days passed. When the sun set on the 7th day, outside the temple, ghost chi filled the air. A strong pressure appeared out of nowhere. The red wedding dress was so bright. The red veil covered the face, so he couldn't see it clearly. However, that familiar feeling was unforgettable. The figure that passed by him didn't stop at all. It was as if he couldn't see or hear her. It was like the moon in the water. It was difficult to recreate reality. Wuxia waved her hand. Rays of light swept out and stabilized the temple that was gradually turning gray. She stood quietly for a moment and then turned to leave. Ning Chen suppressed the throbbing in his heart and followed her step by step. Why did the ghost woman come here? In front of the temple, in the vast open space, Wuxia stopped and looked at the stars in the sky. The red light around her became more and more dazzling. Where did you go? Wuxia softly muttered. Her voice was filled with exhaustion. A moment later, her figure faded and she disappeared. Ning Chen took a step forward. He wanted to chase after her, but he lost track of her. Ning Chen stood in place. Even if his heart was as firm as stone, at this moment, he felt powerless. Boom! Just at this moment, in the distance, heaven and earth trembled. A huge palace rose from the ground. Its powerful aura could be sensed even from thousands of miles away. In an instant, the world was shocked. They all looked toward the palace. The Seven Kills Palace. Within the broken army palace, Luqingyi sensed the Seven Kills Palace appear in the distance. Her lips curled. This time, there was finally a good show to watch. At the same time, two figures were walking through the wilderness. The middle-aged man in front suddenly stopped. Looking at the Seven Kills Palace, a strange light appeared in his eyes. The time had come quite a bit earlier. It seemed he couldn't wait any longer. Tian Xiang, has he stepped into the chosen realm? Asked Fan Xinghong softly. How could it be that easy? But he's not far away, said Xiao Bieli calmly. Tian Xiang, come to the sacred land. I have something to discuss with you. A figure appeared in the air in front of them. After saying that, he vanished. Xiao Bieli frowned slightly. Looking at the girl behind him, he said, let's not return to the imperial city. Let's go to the sacred land. Yes. Fan Xinghong nodded and changed directions, heading south with him. Thousands of miles away, in front of the Seven Kills Palace, a young man in seven-colored battle robes walked out. His eyes were sharp, and he held the Forget Cloud divine halberd in his hand. Phoenix, I've come to kill you. The man's arrogant and domineering words rang out, shaking the entire world. In Jiaxing Mountain, Ning Chen looked at the pressure coming from afar and squinted his eyes slightly. This palace lord of the Seven Kills Palace was not weaker than a mortal sovereign. A great enemy. It seemed he couldn't afford to not make any preparations. Within the heavenly sanctum's sacred land, a woman with an exceptionally powerful aura stood there. Looking at the figure in her astral soul, the worry on her face was difficult to conceal. Master. The heavenly sanctum's holy maiden respectfully bowed. Has the sword sovereign awakened? Asked the woman. Not yet. But after taking the soul return pill, his soul has stabilized a lot. The heavenly sanctum's holy maiden shook her head. Take good care of him. You can leave now. Yes. The heavenly sanctum's holy maiden stood up and left. Not long after she left, two figures appeared in front of the sacred land. The sacred land's guards immediately half-knelt when they saw the person in the lead. Welcome, heavenly minister. No need for formalities. Xiao Bieli spoke, and then he didn't stop at all as he strode forward. Within the sacred land, the woman felt the aura of heavenly minister and turned around to wait. Soon, Xiao Bieli arrived. Seeing the woman in front of the astral soul, he bowed and said, Star Sovereign. No need for formalities. I called you here in a hurry because I have something to discuss with you, said Chao Tianxi. What is it? Seeing the rare worry on the star sovereign's face, Xiao Bieli stood up and asked. "You'll know when you come over," said Chao Tianqi. Xiao Bieli walked forward and looked at the astral soul before him. His expression gradually sank. Xiao Bieli looked over at the star sovereign and asked, "How much time do we have left?" "I've already observed it for many days. According to the speed of this star, it will collide with us in 10 years at most," said Chao Tianqi. "Even a star sovereign can't destroy it?" asked Xiao Bieli. "This is a vital star. I don't know why it suddenly changed direction and collided with us. If it was a dead star, I might be able to destroy it. But vital stars are protected by the power of laws, so I can't do anything," said Chao Tianqi gravely. "You can't do anything?" asked Xiao Bieli with a frown. "Yes." Chao Tianqi nodded. Xiao Bieli fell silent. If that was really the case, then 10 years from now would be the end of the world for the heavenly sanctum. Perhaps they would survive, but 90% of the ordinary people would die in that disaster. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bieli slowly asked, "Star Sovereign, can you see the closest vital star to the heavenly sanctum in the astral ocean?" Chao Tianqi waved his hand, and the astral soul life sea in front of him kept changing. After a long time, a beautiful star appeared before them. Within the blue sea, 5 continents bobbed up and down. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Inside the world. Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes. That was the worst possible outcome. All the vital stars in the outer heavens knew that this world was protected by the Nether King's restrictions and formations. It was impossible to break through. However, given the current situation of the heavenly sanctum, if they wanted to save as many people as possible, they could only place their hopes on the nearest vital star. 10 years wasn't a long time. However, with the power of a star sovereign and their assistance, it was enough to move most people away. Another problem was that no vital star would welcome outsiders. So, before that, they could only invade. Invade everything. Chapter 538. In the great Xia Empire of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, after finding out that the Emperor of Northern Meng had gone missing, Xia Qi had mobilized his troops to the north. His army of 300,000 soldiers had returned to Yangue City. They were just waiting for an order to start the war between the two dynasties. Regarding Emperor Xia's northern expedition, the support and opposition of the 6 marquises were evenly split. Kong Yu, Marquis Anling, and Zhangsun Yunxian had sent letters several times, advising Emperor Xia not to send troops so easily. On the contrary, the other 3 marquises fully supported this northern expedition and volunteered. The attitudes of the 6 marquises represented the thoughts of people from 2 different eras. Kong Yu, Marquis Anling, and Zhangsun Yunxian were the most influenced by Marquis Jiming. After experiencing the endless wars and the great tribulation of the gods, they knew that peace was not easy and did not want to start another war so easily. As for the other 3 marquises, they were at the peak of their lives and longed to expand the territory of Great Xia and create a new foundation. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Qi looked at the memorials of the 6 marquises, and a trace of difficulty flashed across his handsome face. Kong Yu was a marquis personally taught by his master, and Zhangsun Yunxian and Marquis Anling were also influential. It was impossible for him not to consider their suggestions. The choice between peace and expanding their territory was a difficult one. "Your Majesty, news came from the southern border. Princess She has set off and may be back soon," a shadow dragon guard appeared and reported. Hearing this, Xia Qi stood up as if he was sitting on a nail, his eyelids twitching. And she was coming back. The shadow of his childhood made Xia Qi break out in cold sweat. In the few years in the Marquis residence, and she had beaten him the most. Great Elder Princess has arrived. At this moment, another report came from outside, and the Shadow Dragon Guard immediately left. Not long after, Xia Xinyu walked in. The former most beautiful princess of Great Xia had become more and more beautiful after more than 10 years. Xia Qi's head hurt. Another one that he could not afford to offend had come. However, although he had a headache, Xia Qi still walked down from the dragon throne and personally went to welcome her. "Aunt Jiu, why are you here?" Xia Qi said with what he thought was the brightest smile on his face. "I came to see you." Xia Xinyu looked at the little guy who had grown up and said softly, "Why, are you still troubled by the northern expedition?" "Yes." Xia Qi rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Aunt Jiu isn't here to persuade me to retreat, right?" Xia Xinyu shook her head. "I won't participate in political matters. You've grown up. Whatever decisions you make, whatever consequences there are, you have to bear them yourself. Your Aunt Shi is coming back. If you insist on sending troops, you'll have to go through her first." Xia Qi nodded slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Aunt Jiu, do you think it was right or wrong for me to send troops this time?" Xia Xinyu was silent. After a long time, she softly said, "He once said that there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. However, in terms of war itself, it is definitely wrong." Hearing this, Xia Qi's eyes flashed with a strange light. He knew that although his master was good at fighting, he actually hated war more than anyone else. However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, he would never get another chance. He was the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty and did not wish to spend the rest of his life in mediocrity. You decide whether to send troops or not. I'm just here to tell you that as an emperor, not only must you be good at planning, you must also be good at making decisions. It's impossible to have the best of both worlds. If you keep delaying it, there will never be a result. Well, it's getting late. I'll go back first." After saying this, Xia Xinyu did not say anything else. A gentle smile appeared on her beautiful face. She immediately turned and walked out of the heavenly mandate palace. In the main hall, Xia Qi looked at the back of the former and could not help but sigh deeply. It seemed that he had underestimated his aunt in the past. Perhaps his master's brilliance was too dazzling in the past and overshadowed too many people's brilliance. Otherwise, the 9th princess of the Great Xia dynasty would not only be stunning in appearance. On the Tianfu planet, the Holy Land issued an edict. Within half a year, all the sects in the world had to send all the sun-scorching star spirit iron to the Holy Land. If anyone disobeyed, they would be killed without mercy. The Star Venerate had personally written the edict, and the Celestial Minister had issued the edict. The two noblest people on the Tianfu planet had spoken at the same time. All the sects were shocked. Even the emperor of the Tianxiang dynasty had been caught off guard by this sudden news. He had summoned several elders of the imperial family to discuss this matter. No one dared to disobey the edict of the Holy Land. But the sun-scorching star spirit iron was unimaginably precious. Only the top sects possessed it. If a small sect possessed a fist-sized piece, it could bring disaster to their entire sect. The Holy Land is going too far. How could the Celestial Minister agree to such an outrageous order from the Star Venerate? Even the Tianxiang dynasty does not have much sun-scorching star spirit iron. Once we hand it over, how can we maintain our dynasty's karmic luck? Raged one of the elders of the imperial family. The Celestial Minister. When has his heart ever been with the Tianxiang dynasty? Snorted another elder of the imperial family. I think the Celestial Minister must have some unspeakable secret. Before we know the truth, we shouldn't make any guesses, said a third elder of the imperial family. Elder Gu is right. Although the Celestial Minister is the Celestial Minister of the Tianfu Star, he's still a member of the Tianxiang dynasty. He wouldn't have made such a decision unless he had no other choice, the Emperor of the Tianxiang dynasty said slowly. Your Majesty, do you mean that the Celestial Minister is under irresistible pressure from the Star Venerate? Asked the elder of the imperial family who spoke first. It's just a guess. We'll have to wait for the celestial minister to come back to know the specific reason, the emperor of the Qianxiang dynasty replied. On the 32nd floor of the Pill Pagoda, 3 powerful figures stood quietly. One of them was the black-clothed elder who had delivered the sword to the Pill Pagoda. Apart from the black-clothed elder, the other 2 were illusory figures. Obviously, they were not here in person. "Jin Yang, why did you call us here in such a hurry?" asked one of the illusory figures. "The Holy Land's edict." The black-clothed elder told them about the sun-scorching star spirit iron in detail. Troublesome matter. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the venerable Dong Luan as he spoke. What puzzles me is that the celestial minister agreed to this matter. It's really strange, said the black-clothed elder. Hand over 30% of the sun-scorching star spirit iron first to test the Holy Land and the star venerates attitude, said the illusory figure who had been silent calmly. Okay, I understand. The black-clothed elder nodded and agreed. After they finished discussing this matter, the 2 illusory figures gradually faded away. They were about to leave. By the way, Jin Yang, what's the background of the young man you asked me to give the sword to? Asked the venerable Dong Luan as he recalled what had happened earlier. I don't know the background of the person who killed Tan Lang. However, this lad's strength is extraordinary, especially his attainments in swordsmanship. At his age, he can be said to be shocking. If the Pill Pagoda can use him, he'll surely be the sharpest killing sword, the black-clothed elder replied. It seems that you have high expectations for this lad, said the venerable Dong Luan. The black-clothed elder nodded and said, with the soul-transferring pill, the Holy Land's sword venerable will soon wake up. You should know how terrifying this lad is. The Pill Pagoda lacks such a strong person. I saw a possibility in that young man. Perhaps after 60 years, this lad will grow into a peerless strong person who can contend with the sword venerable. 60 years. The venerable Dong Luan sighed. That's too long. You can decide for yourself. However, the 7 Kills Palace's peerless heavenly genius has already matured. If you can avoid offending him, do your best to avoid offending him. I understand. I know what I'm doing. The black-clothed elder nodded. Good. The venerable Dong Luan didn't say anything else. His figure gradually faded until he disappeared. In the depths of Jiaxing Mountain, in front of the temple, Ning Chen waited for several more days. However, this time, the ghost woman didn't return. After waiting for so long, Ning Chen could only leave. Before leaving, he placed down the yellow spring seal in front of the temple. He also left behind a trace of his spiritual sense. If the ghost woman returned one day and tried to break the seal, he would be able to sense it. In front of Jiaxing Mountain, Ning Chen walked out. Suddenly, the clouds in the 9 heavens changed. A pressure comparable to a supreme being descended. The terrifying might shook the heavens and the earth. Phoenix, you have nowhere to run. The 7 Kills Palace's master descended from the sky. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he held his halberd. He looked like a divine king. The current 7 Kills Palace's peerless heavenly genius, Yan Yintian, who looked down on the entire heavenly mansion planet's younger generation, had finally appeared. Ning Chen's expression froze. A moment later, he realized who it was that had sold him out. The heavenly mansion's holy maiden. Surprised? The heavenly mansion's holy maiden used your whereabouts to exchange for my heavenly star bead. However, since I was able to find you, it was worth it, said Yan Yintian. Everyone has their own value. It seems my value isn't bad. Ning Chen waved his hand, and a red sword appeared. Your value is to accompany greed in death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yintian's figure instantly moved. The halberd of the oblivion cloud smashed down with a force that could break the heavens. Pieces of space cracked open, and its shocking might caused others to feel as if the sky was collapsing. Ning Chen raised his sword to block. But with a bang, his legs sank several inches into the ground, and a crack appeared on his sword. A divine weapon and an ordinary sword had a clear difference in strength. In just one move, the battle had tipped in Ning Chen's favor. Sword style, break space. Ning Chen's finger condensed yuan, and a sword shook the battle. Taking advantage of the shock waves, Ning Chen leaped into the air. Wind and clouds changed around his sword, and endless streams of sword qi converged from all directions. This extraordinary sword resonated with heaven and earth, causing the 7 Kills Palace's master's expression to become grave. He circulated his true yuan, preparing to receive this attack. But just as he was about to unleash his sword style, an almost inaudible sound rang out. The broken ordinary sword was unable to endure the peak sword energy and shattered. The sudden change caused the sword qi in the air to scatter. Ning Chen was the first to bear the brunt of the sword intense backlash and was sent flying. Fuck. Ning Chen landed on the ground and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Even though his temperament was extraordinary, he still couldn't help cursing. Even the heavens want to kill you. Die. Yan Yuntian stamped his foot, and his halberd soared into the sky. Lightning and fire gathered in all directions, and his halberd slashed down. In this moment of crisis, Ning Chen summoned his green cauldron and smashed it without the slightest hesitation. Boom! Jiaxing Mountain was struck by a calamity. The ground within 100 miles instantly caved in, and the mountain split apart. Lava spurted out from the bottom of the mountain, covering the sky. Chapter 539. On Jiaxing Mountain, Yin and Yang were in chaos. Boulders fell like rain, and endless flames spread, destroying all life along the way. Hongyi charged out from the shockwaves, heading east. You want to run? Wishful thinking. Yan Yuntian took a step forward. 7-colored light revolved around him, and an ancient war chariot with 100 beasts carved on it appeared. The Kuan-Peng's totem awakened, and the war chariot sped up. The phoenix and the Kuan-Peng were 2 peak divine beasts of the ancient era. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were 50 miles away. Without a sword, a swordsman's strength was severely restricted. Ning Chen continued east, not willing to clash with the 7 Slaughter Palace's master. Yan Yuntian chased after him, his killing intent growing stronger. He didn't believe this person could escape to the horizon. What's that? The 2 of them passed by. The grand exalts of the large sects felt the pressure from the sky. The heavenly divine war chariot, said the sect master. The heavenly divine war chariot really is in the hands of the 7 Slaughter Palace's master. Just how lucky is he? With this treasure, the 7-colored armor, and the Forget Cloud divine halberd, even a sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything to him, said the grand exalts with fear. The present age's 7 murders are indeed powerful beyond imagination. Otherwise, with his domineering temperament and so many supreme treasures, he would have already died a violent death, said the great sect's master. Just as the 2 of them were talking, the 2 streaks of light were already hundreds of miles away. Their speed was shocking. Boom! 1,000 miles away, the 2 of them once more exchanged blows. While chasing, Ning Chen suddenly turned his head. The reincarnation mirror shone with a boundless black light. It came without any warning, so no one had time to react. Yan Yuntian was caught off guard and was hit by the black light. He immediately paused. In an instant, Ning Chen smashed the green cauldron in front of him. Yan Yuntian and the heavenly divine war chariot were smashed into the ground. Dust and sand filled the sky. However, just as Ning Chen was about to throw another brick, he saw the Forget Cloud divine halberd in front of him. Yan Yuntian, who had been struck by the cauldron, wasn't injured at all. Ning Chen cursed. He immediately turned around and ran. Phoenix, I want you to die without a burial ground. Yan Yuntian, who was covered in dust, was about to spit fire from his eyes. A large part of the armor in front of his chest had caved in, and an undetectable crack had appeared. The rainbow armor that had always been indestructible had almost been destroyed. In the distance, in the palace of defeating armies, a watery light screen reflected the scene of the two people chasing each other. Lu Qingyi stood in front of the screen, watching this endless grudge with interest. She had no intention of helping either side and was waiting for the final result. Based on their current strength, Yan Yintian definitely had the upper hand. However, a battle of life and death was not a martial arts competition in the arena. It would not be so easy to kill the phoenix that possessed the extreme speed of heaven and earth. It was unknown when she would be able to retract her rebirth mirror. Seeing the two people chasing each other disappear into a black forest, Lu Qingyi's beautiful face revealed a trace of displeasure. The annoying black prison ridge had caused her to miss out on a good show. The next moment, in front of the watery light screen, Lu Qingyi scattered and disappeared. In the black prison ridge, the world around the two people chasing each other became darker and darker. Not long after, they could only see less than 10 feet in front of them. Black trees and rocks were everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. It was as if they had fallen into hell and could not escape. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Yan Yintian's expression darkened. He leaped into the sky and condensed his energy with his halberd. Endless lightning and fire gathered together, and the mighty heavenly might slashed down. The halberd that shook the heavens split the mountains and split the seas. The ground within 20 miles collapsed, and the phoenix's figure could no longer be seen amidst the billowing dust. In the crisscrossing black stone forest, Ningchen appeared. He patted the dust off his body and immediately continued to move forward. This godforsaken place had really helped him a lot. The heavenly palace's saintess had sold him out because of a stone. It seemed that he was not careful enough. Zhang Wuji's mother's words were true. Women could not be trusted, especially beautiful women. One day, he would definitely get back at her and let her have a taste of being chased all over the place. However, the most important thing right now was to find a way to escape. This 7-kill palace's palace master was covered in priceless treasures and was fine even after being hit by the green cauldron. He was not easy to deal with. Just at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the sky. Looking at the endless black prison ridge, she couldn't help frowning. Lu Qingyi, why are you here? Yan Yintian asked when he saw the woman not far away. It's nothing. You don't need to worry about me. Do what you need to do, said Lu Qingyi casually. Yan Yintian coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. This woman's temperament was strange, and no one knew what she was thinking. As long as it didn't get in his way, there was no need to pay attention to it. Suddenly, the sound of rolling stones came from the black stone forest. Yan Yintian returned to his senses and immediately rushed forward. In the void, Lu Qingyi saw this and followed him step by step. The war chariot landed and Yan Yintian walked out. He carefully looked around for the phoenix's hiding place. After walking for a long time, Yan Yintian's heart sank. Something was wrong. The surroundings were exactly the same. No matter how he walked, there was no change. Obviously, someone had done something. Seal. Yan Yintian's expression turned cold as he swung his halberd. There was a shocking vibration and the surrounding space shook violently. However, it did not collapse. Lu Qingyi looked down from the sky and a strange look flashed in her eyes. This guy still had such a trick up his sleeve. 100 miles away, Hong Yi appeared and pointed her middle finger to the back. She then continued to walk east. Although he couldn't lay down a complete seal of the underworld in such a short time, it was enough for this 7-kill palace master to smash for a while. Just as Ning Chen walked out of the black prison ridge and was about to find a place to recover his true yuan, a beautiful figure appeared and blocked his path again. You again. Looking at the girl in orange, Ning Chen felt a headache coming. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There was no end to this. Why, am I not welcome? How about I let Yan Yintian out and you guys continue to fight? Lu Qingyi smiled. Ning Chen's expression immediately changed and he smiled brightly. Welcome, miss. Do you need something from me? Are you interested in going somewhere with me? Asked Lu Qingyi softly. Where? Ning Chen was on guard. This woman was too evil. Her strength was unfathomable and her personality was unpredictable. He really didn't want to have any dealings with such a person. 7 Kill Palace, said Lu Qingyi calmly. Oh. Ning Chen's heart was immediately shaken. This 7 Kill Palace master was truly filled with treasures. Presumably, the 7 Kill Palace wouldn't lose out to him. Looting the 7 Kill Palace was truly a tempting thing. So, do you want to go or not? Hurry up and decide. Yan Yintian will come out soon. Then you won't have a chance to go, continued Lu Qingyi. Why don't you go yourself? Asked Ning Chen cautiously. It's very simple. I don't want to face Yan Yintian head-on. So, I'll only bring you there. I won't attack to avoid leaving any traces of my aura, said Lu Qingyi calmly. What are your conditions? Asked Ning Chen. I want one of the 7 Kill Palace's mist beads. Deal. Ning Chen nodded. Come with me. After saying that, Lu Qingyi took a few light steps and headed towards the southeast. Ning Chen didn't hesitate and quickly followed. 2,000 miles away, 2 figures were rushing over. The 2 of them stopped in front of the majestic 7 Kill Palace. 3 steps ahead is an illusion formation. We don't have much time. Quickly break it, reminded Lu Qingyi. Yes. Ning Chen lightly nodded. As long as they didn't step into the illusion formation, the threat would be much lower. Breaking it from the outside wasn't too difficult. Miss, my sword is broken. I might not be able to break this formation. Can you lend me your heaven slash for a moment? Ning Chen took a step forward. He was just about to attack when he stopped. There's no need. With your strength, it's enough to break it. Lu Qingyi said faintly. This person really wanted to drag her down with him all the time. Once she used her heaven slash, Yan Yintian would definitely sense it when he returned. The sharper the weapon, the harder it was to conceal its aura. She wouldn't make that mistake. Up until now, she hadn't had any thoughts of fighting Yan Yintian head-on. Seeing that Lu Qingyi wasn't falling for his trick, Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He raised his hand and condensed yuan. Rays of sword light revolved around him and charged into the illusion formation. With a loud sound, dust and sand flew up into the sky, and the illusory formation disappeared. In front of them, a stone staircase with more than 1,000 steps appeared, leading straight to the 7 Kill Palace. Let's go. Lu Qingyi led the way in front, quickly passing by. Ning Chen quickly followed, not daring to waste the little time they had left. The tightly shut gate of the 7 Kill Palace blocked their path. Ning Chen raised the green cauldron and directly smashed it. After 3 loud bangs, the stone gate collapsed and the entrance appeared in front of them. How sturdy. Seeing the green cauldron's powerful uses, Lu Qingyi couldn't help sighing emotionally. This green cauldron was a perfect match for this person. Not only could it be used as a stone to smash people, it could also be used as a turtle shell to hide. As for the temperament of an expert, he didn't have it and probably didn't care. Do you know what treasures he has and where he usually keeps them? Asked Ning Chen as he looked at the empty hull. Yan Yintian's best treasures are without a doubt the Forgetting Cloud Divine Halberd, the 7-colored battle armor, and the Heavenly Divine War Chariot. The Forgetting Cloud Divine Halberd and the 7-colored battle armor are the inheritances of the 7 Kill Palace's previous masters. As for the Heavenly Divine War Chariot, he obtained it when the Divine Treasury appeared. Other than those, he also obtained treasures like the Hidden Mist Bead and the Leaf Flame Bead from other ancient ruins. Yan Yintian is a person with great fortune. He has countless treasures. As for what he has and where he keeps them, I'm not sure. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. He carried the green cauldron and walked towards the depths of the hall. He didn't believe that Yan Yintian would bring all the treasures with him. In any case, he and Yan Yintian were irreconcilable enemies. At worst, he could just destroy the 7 Kills Palace. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.